see. Are we live? All right, looks like we're live. You guys let me know if you can hear me okay. Okay, so this first bit of the stream is going to be just a quick update for everybody who's been following the project. Here we have some notes and things. Quick timeline update, what I'm working on, what progress we've made, where everything is, that kind of stuff. Hey Ross, hey Edward, hey Bruno, hey Sam. Good to see you guys. Thanks for hanging out. You hear okay? All right, perfect. Happy New Year, everybody. By the way, it's the last day of the year. A few more hours left. To cut right to the chase, I'm going to be releasing the final drafts of all three books today in PDF form. I say final with some air quotes. Because there is still a process of the final print edit that needs to be done. But as far as numbers, as far as play testing, as far as being content complete, barring any surprises, it's going to be released today. So everything is going to be hopefully by this evening. So that is sort of the biggest news thing that I'm excited about. I did yesterday. I went to the bank and sent the deposit, the print production deposit, to the printing company. It was a lot of money, but I'm excited to have that process get started. So that is on the way. I hired an editor today. Will you be making background update? Yes. So I'm going to be making a background update with this information as well and linking to this video. So hey, everybody watching from the background update in the future. So this update is going to be going out to the widest audience. I've been trying to be careful about pinging too many people too often. The people we're following closely, they're getting all the most regular updates. But for people who just sort of want to like hear the big milestones, then that's what this is. So I hired an editor today. He's going to be taking the month of January to do all the final edits, everything print ready, beginning to end. Everything is going to be checked by him. Nothing is leaving until it's checked. So that should be done before the end of January. So the way that timing is working with the printer, let me go and pull up the printing schedule. So I've sort of given up on estimating when everything's going to be done. I'm sending it when everything's ready. But as far as how long things take, February, I think, like the second half of February is the Chinese New Year. So it's an American printing company, but they print. It's an American-based company, but they print in Hong Kong or something. So everything is like basically shut down in January. So like or February. So all of January is a bunch of companies trying to get all their things printed before Chinese New Year. And then February, like everything's closed, and then March is like them getting caught up from being closed. So that's my rough understanding of how things are. So we're definitely not going to be able to get in before the Chinese New Year. So it's going to be the earliest that I would expect things back is Q2. Q2 of next year. So what does it look like basically? So there's going to be physical proofs that they're going to send out. So once all the print files are ready, toward the middle or end of January, I'm going to send that to the printer. They're going to lay everything out and print an actual copy. So earlier they sent a what are called dry proofs. So this box has like all of the boxes and like the cloth that we're going to use for the cloth map and like the size of the cards and stuff, but everything's blank. It's a dry proof. And like there's books and stuff in there just so I can see what everything looks like and make sure everything's working. So they sent that a few weeks back, but after I think 5 to 7 days, they're going to airmail me a few copies. I think they're sending like 3 or 4 copies, just of what are called the wet proofs. We can do any final checks there before they make all the thousands and thousands of books. From there, production is going to take maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks, depending. And then what really takes the longest time is shipping. So they actually put it on a boat, and it's shipped like on a ship here, and that could take 5 to 6 weeks, maybe longer. So like once it's out of my hands, it's out of my hands. So whenever it gets back, we'll start fulfillment and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if there is a UK and EU fulfillment partner. So some of the shipments are coming from Asia and going right to their warehouse in the UK. And maybe Canada I don't know how they're doing that. So I'm personally fulfilling all the stuff in the US. So most of it is coming to the US, and I think a third or so of it is going to the EU fulfillment center. So as soon as they get it, we'll start shipping things out, and you guys will get all your stuff. So that is the status of the project. We are very close to the end. What are we working on after this? It's a little bit too early to say. Hey, Jess. Yeah. So what does the future look like? I'm already like I'm already looking toward the future. Some other cool, fun things that we could be doing. One of the artists that I've been working with, he had a slow December, so I went ahead and hired him. I just bought up all of his hours for the month of December, and he's just making cool art for potential future projects. Is so. Who knows what the future holds, but that's where we are right now. So I've got a little sticky note list of things that I want to be working on today. So if you guys want to hang out with me while I work, you're definitely welcome to. If you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to drop them in the chat. What I've been working on, I've been doing a lot of art stuff. So I relayed out this piece. This little guy, he was. Let me see if we can. I don't know if it's still there or not. I'll see if it is. I can show you what we did. Maybe not. Yeah, so initially this guy was like way over here, and this tail was like far over, and like his shield was a little bit plain, and like so it was I've been making some updates, and like some of the monsters, the layout, the structure was just a little bit wonky. So I moved things a little bit tighter so it can fit on the page. I added some cool designs to the back of his cape, and I built up the shield a little bit more, and her cape too. So just a few different like moving some of the bad guys closer, and that kind of stuff, just so it felt a little bit cooler. Hey Dal, thanks for hanging out. Best of luck and love for Israel. All right, cool. Very cool, very cool. So I've been working on a lot of art stuff, doing art. I did get some feedback about things that I was already thinking about. So some of the art that was in there, if it wasn't like a full spread or full page, it was looking a little bit wonky. So I'm trying to add some like different borders and cool little flourishes and touches to help things. I went ahead and moved Far Hope to 2 spreads so I can include a little bit more art, and make the crests for the different factions a little bit cooler. We finished most of the new map, adding like a lot of really cool little details that are actually in the art and stuff. So working on that. I'm finishing up the blank spread. So there are a few blank spreads here. So I've got a few pieces of art that I haven't used for anything yet. So just doing a little bit of layout on what we could possibly be adding, and I went through, redid some of the art, so like sometimes the art is like this, but I need it like this, or sometimes it's like this, I need it a little bit wider, or like different things, or this part's gonna be covered up, so we need to move it around. So I'm doing those kinds of things. Went through and tightened up her stat block. We did get updated art for this. I'm still waiting on one more update from that artist. And I added just cool like little flourishes and touches throughout to make it just a little bit more interesting, with cool things. Hey Angela, good to see you. Okay, so what else? I've been doing a lot of feedback. Going through a lot of feedback as well. So the first thing I have on my list is to finish going through one of the backers, Blue. I don't know his name, but he goes by Blue. He had some really good feedback that I've gone through on the last page here. So I'm on the last page with Blue's feedback. So that's where I am. Did make a good number of tweaks to. Let me actually show you guys this. Finished up the glossary, or at least tightened it up. There might be another word or two that we're gonna have to add or tweak. Added some frequently asked questions about like measuring areas. Can you move or reach diagonally? Like basically, it's yeah. By default, yes, it's up to you. But if you want to do something else, then like your table agrees to that, and like the heroes and monsters both act that way. How to measure a cone or a line. Some frequently asked questions. So we added that stuff. Tweaked some optional rules. Relayed out the utility spells, I think, in a little bit more sensible way, and reworked a number of the spells. We reworked a number of the spells as well. Just tightening them up and tweaking them. So the ice spells, Ice Lance is back to being Ice Lance, but now it is on hit, it slows. So on hit, it slows. The spell, was it Biting Fog, was just sort of a subtly difficult spell to run. There's a lot going on and a lot of triggers to remember. So like at the end, if a monster like ends their turn there, you have to remember to roll damage. And there's multiple monsters like ending their turn there or entering there, or what if they're pushed there. It was just a really sort of challenging spell to run, and the payoff, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. I haven't said that in a while, so it's probably time I'm due. So we tweaked it to Snowblind. So now it is a reach one. So it's a touch spell. Damage 1d6 on hit. They're blinded for one turn. I think that's pretty cool. So it's just something that just happens. You don't have to worry about the area or this ongoing effect of concentration. Like there was just a lot going on with Biting Fog. I spent maybe like an hour or two yesterday revising and re-revising and rewording and reworking, and I was like, man, this spell is just like it's tough because whole project is amazing. Thank you, Angela. So like so initially it was they are the fog was opaque. Okay, so cool. So like ranged attackers, like you basically have cover against ranged attackers. That's pretty sweet. But if there's a bad guy in there, then they have cover from like other melee attacks. Okay, so we tweaked it so it's no longer opaque. We tweaked it to that they're blinded. Well, how long are they blinded? Well, they're only blinded for as long as they're in this spell, and then so the wording just got longer and more technical, and it was just too much. It was just a bit too much. So we simplified it. Snowblind. Shatter, the tier 2 spell, has been updated. It's called Shatter now, which I think is pretty sweet. Damage 3d6 if any die rolls a max against a hampered target, so if they're slowed in any way. This counts as a crit. On a crit, you deal 20 additional damage. So this is like a really big swingy setup spell. Cryosleep has been updated to days by default. And if they fail to save, then they fall asleep. They're incapacitated for a couple of turns, or until they're damaged or whatever. Okay, so a lot of the ice spells have been reworked to be a little bit more interesting. Fire Embrace, it was a cool spell in like the right, very rare circumstance. But now it has like a little bit more utility as not just like a debuff, but as a buff for your party. So Enchant Weapon, it basically it gains the effects of Enchant Weapon and from a distance. Semi-automagic. Hey, I haven't loved the game. It's my wife's favorite. Oh, wow, awesome. You have a very smart wife. Very smart wife. Good taste. So now, so it's a concentration up to 1 minute, reach 8. While within reach, one ally gains the effects of Enchant Weapon. So you can, and then if you upcast it, you can basically enchant all of your allies' weapons. So everybody, so like the fire is embracing your allies, their weapons, burst into flames. That's pretty sweet. And then it embraces the enemies. Enemies gain smoldering, and they lose damage resistance, and immunity is reduced to resistance. So I think it's a much more cool, much more interesting utility spell that you can use it to set up your own fire things, or you can use it to set up other fiery. So it's a really nice setup utility spell that also has damage, DPS implications. Rhyme Blades is super cool. Arctic Blast, I think we've gone over those. Electro Lash, I think some of these have been just like slightly tweaked and updated. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. There were a bunch of like small little tweaks with consistency and language and all that kind of stuff I got to move this down. So a bunch of like little things that it's hard for me to recall exactly what it was, but we'll go and pick up where we left off. So Greater Shadow, 1 HP minion for 4 mana feels like a bad trade-off, especially since you can't command it until your next turn. So let's take a look at Greater Shadow. So you can command it on the same turn. So it uses the same rubric as Summon Shadow. So if you have all 3 actions, you can cast Greater Shadow for 2. You have 1 left, and you can make him go attack. But it's more for when it explodes, you get 5 actions worth of summoning shadows. So it might just be a misunderstanding of what it is. It probably should be a secret spell. I think that's okay. So in any class can cast Greater Shadow, and any class that can cast tier 4 spells, tier 4 necrotic spells. So I'm gonna call that good. Ganger's Burst. Is that what it's called? Ganger's Burst. It's the only spell you can change the initial AoE size on a whim and feels out of place. Let's see. Reach up to 8. Hey, Matt. Good to see Double King. Reach up to 8. Other damaged creatures within reach must make a strength save or take. I think that is okay. I think that is okay. Unspeakable Word. So we did that already. Okay, so I think we're done with Blue's feedback. Thank you very much, Blue. Great feedback. I went through all of it. I went through all of it and made pretty much all of the changes. So we've got that, and we have everybody's favorite Edward has like a really long like a list of thoughts. And I scanned it already. I already started to implement some of the recommendations. So very, very thoughtful feedback. So I'm going to be going over this as well. Here's Book's missing a title on the cover. Yeah, we've got that. We got that sorted now. Here's Book. The actual layout document is going to be a little bit different, but for the PDF, it's going to be included there. So we got that taken care of. Oh, one additional thing for the commander. We tweaked combat tactics to as you gain combat as equal to your strength whenever you roll initiative. And then the Vanguard at level 11, they also get +1 max combat die. +1 max combat die. So small buffs to the Vanguard and to the commander in general for if they want to focus more on like a damage, like a personal damage DPS kind of build, they can pump strength, and then they'll get more of these combat tactics and things. And then I think the Vanguard is about as pushed as it can be. So they should be able to keep up a bit more. They can go intelligence and be more like the party buff kind of guy, or strength and be more like the combat specialist, the warrior, the fighter, that kind of thing. Wording on some isn't the best. No, that's fine. No, don't worry about it. I've been working with clients and people and all that kind of stuff. For many years, so I'm perfectly fine with rough feedback. So Coordinated Strike, can it be switched out like like any other commander's orders, or do they always have it? It can be. It is probably far and away the best commander's order. So if someone just doesn't want it, they don't have to keep it, but they do get it by default at first level, and then later they can swap it out. Does it count against the limit if it can be switched? I think it is already accounted toward the limit. Let me double check. You guys are making me think. Okay, gaining the Coordinated Strike commander's order, because that's 1, and then you choose 2 more, and then you choose a combat tactic. When you roll initiative, regain 1 use. Okay, 4th. Okay, so yes. So since I did add it to the things, this should be a 5th. This should be a 5th combat ability. Choose a 5th combat ability. This will be a 6th. Yeah, good find. This will be 7th. This will be 8th. This would be 9th. Okay, so 9. So you can get up to 9 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, that feels about right. Roughly half, a little bit more than half, 2/3 is about where I wanted it to be. Yeah, that is about where I wanted it to be. How about the name Whiteout for Snowblind? I like Snowblind. Snowblind is an actual thing, like you go Snowblind. But Whiteout, not a bad, not a bad name. Not a bad name, Bruno. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, good, good. It does count. It does count against the limit, and we updated it to reflect this. Oathbreaker. Let's go down to Oathbreaker and check that out. Oathbreaker. Bloody Terror. Attacks against you have 1 instance of disadvantage for each wound you have. That was a very late game feature, but doesn't this seem fairly egregious when it comes to bloating dice rolls? So no. So the idea. So when it's actually being played, if you have your Oathbreaker over here, the GM and like the monsters know like this is a scary, nasty looking dude. Like he is a terrifying dude. I don't want to attack him as much. So like if I have like 1 or 2 or 3 wounds, like the monsters will attack him less, which is what the Oathbreaker wants. So can he still be attacked? Yes. And he's going to be taking less damage if he's attacked, and if he's attacked, then his allies are not being attacked. So all around, it's great if he's attacked, but it's great if he's not attacked as well, because then he gets his judgment dice and he gets to do all of his other weird things that he does. So so once he starts racking up these additional instances of disadvantage, then the idea in the fantasy wise is he's being attacked less and less and less frequently, because like the closer to death he gets, the scarier he is. So it is more dice, but it's not. It's capped at 3. It's capped at +3. So I don't think that's too bad, because the frequency goes down, and it is a higher level thing. So I think that's okay. For the commander, aren't the weapon masteries separately gained from the combat abilities to get 9 out of 11? Let me double check. Let me double check. Yeah, good question. Good question. What am I looking for, commander? Yeah, it had gone back and forth. Ooh, you're right. Something that I was thinking was if you wanted to have, so like there's sort of a cool design philosophy of like wide and shallow, or like deep and narrow, right? Hey Ross. Not too much. I haven't missed too much. You can rewind and double time if you want to. So what if whenever you can pick a new combat ability, instead you can increase your maximum number of combat dice by 1. I think that'd be cool. So you can either increase the number of combat dice by 1, or you can pick a new order or a tactic. I think that's kind of cool. So that's your Bruno's caught up. All right, yeah, Bruno got caught up. So what if we did that? I think getting 9 out of 11 is probably too many. Let's see what that would do. Okay, choose. Okay, so coordinated strike, 2 commander's orders. Then you choose a combat tactic, and then you get a 5th one here. Okay, so instead of 5th, choose another combat ability. And we'll go ahead and capitalize that, since it is now a term of art. Choose another combat ability, or increase your increase your max combat dice by 1. I think that's cool. So like I really only want like sweeping strike and commanding presence. Those are the only 2 I want. I don't really want to pick a bunch of commander's orders. I want to go damage. Yeah, a commander should be able to do that. So there has been some feedback about people wanting more of like a fighter dude rather than like the tactician kind of thing, and I think people should be able to choose either one. And these combat tactics are really good, and only getting like 3 per combat might feel a little bit tight. Okay, so choose another combat ability or increase your max combat dice by 1. I do like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so we can just do this then. Just copy this, paste. I don't think we need to include the parenthetical. Choose another combat ability or increase your max combat dice by 1. Nimble is missing traditional fighter. Yeah, that'll definitely help with that. Absolutely. So fit for the battlefield. Excuse me. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me, by the way. It's always good fun, and it's good to get feedback like this as we're going. Combat Knights are now D12s. Complete mastery of all weapon types. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, so you could theoretically have 5 strength, 5, 6, 7, 8. You gotta have like 9 combat dice. So like every attack, you're like smacking dudes and like heavy blow, heavy strike, and lunging strike, and sweeping strike, and like yeah, you could really be doing some really cool stuff. You could really be doing some really cool things if you wanted to focus more on that. So like that commander would probably only take coordinated strike, 2 or 3 of these, and just have like 9 or 10 combat dice that like he's just like rolling a bunch of dice. I think that's really cool. Yeah, I really like that. Okay, so let's double check that to make sure that we got all of them, because anytime we're editing things, we want to make sure we don't introduce any new errors. One of you, let's see. Okay. Okay, that is cool. Command ice are now D8s. Choose an combat ability. So I think it's this. Choose an combat ability. I don't think we need this here because choose a combat ability or increase your max combat dice by 1. Or gain +1 max combat dice. I think that reads a little bit more clearly. Okay, choose a combat fit for any battlefield. 4. Yeah, appreciate the feedback. Good catch. Who said that? Luca. Thank you, Luca. Appreciate that. Good catch. Good catch. MVP Luca. What would carry over to the Spellblade? Yeah, we can take a look at the Spellblade if you like. 5, 6. Ooh, your combat dice are now D20s. Yeah. You're gonna be a DPS machine. You're gonna be a DPS machine if you're stacking combat dice. You're dealing up to 90, 20 additional damage. Come on. Okay, so Spellblade is like quite good. Spellblade is quite good, but it is different, quite different. So you lose weapon masteries and combat tactics. So basically, so like the Spellblade. So if there is a dichotomy between, it does match the fantasy a lot more now. So commander's orders are like the intellect, like you are the smart tactician. Combat tactics, you are the strong dude, right? So those are that is sort of the dichotomy. We have intelligence-based things, And then we have like because coordinated strike is based off your intelligence, and then you have your combat tactics based off your strength. If you're going arcane, like a lot of the stuff that is based off of your strength sort of like goes away, and then you're left with commander's orders. But these are like really, really, really good. Like they're quite pushed. So they lose a lot of the strength based things, but to compensate, like you can cast enchant weapon on your blade, or on whatever weapon you have for free, or you can cast enchant weapon on someone else if you want to. So you gain like much better, much better commander's orders, and then you also gain access to like any of the spells that you want. In your int, you gain mana every time you roll initiative. So it's you have the longevity that a fighter type of class would normally have. They don't really have to worry about long-term resource generation like a mage would, like or like other spellcasting classes might, because like they gain a little bit of mana every time they roll initiative. And if they're smart about it, they can really make that mana last a really long time. Like spells like Dread Visage and like other spells that are more utility have very high utility for very low mana value. So they're not probably going to be casting very high tier spells very often, but they're using certain spells to really increase their tactical edge in different ways, or increase their survivability, that kind of thing. So the mana. So the mana is so basically the Spellblade. Whenever they could choose a combat tactic or weapon mastery, they can instead choose another commander's order or a tier 1 or lower spell. Sorry, it's my wife. She's making tacos. Moby gets to play with 5e. Eldritch Knight is the lack of synergy between martial and magic abilities. Pathfinder did it better with Megas. So yeah, Spellblade here I think is really cool because it gives you the flexibility to choose any spell in any spell school. So like if you know that you have like you might only have like 5 or 6 mana like at any given time. So I'm probably not gonna choose like something that's gonna blow all the mana, but I might choose a spell like Dread Visage where like that just makes you like way more tanky, way more survival, increase your damage while you're dying. It costs 0 mana while you're dying, basically. So you can like pick, you can choose spells like that, or you can choose cantrips that do really cool things. Or like if you know you don't have many healers, you can pick heal, or you can pick like different cantrips that can like revive dying creatures, that kind of thing. So it's you have much more utility, and you can make it synergize with your party in really interesting ways. I think you can use some of these defensive like shield like spells to increase your mobility or to increase your survivability, that kind of stuff. Or you can just like start handing out actions to all sorts of different people. Yeah, a lot of really cool things that you can do as a spellblade. Okay, so let's get back to some of this feedback. Beastmaster hard to parse. Looks like someone's still working on that. Coordinated strike. Okay, so we got that. Hard to parse. The abilities aren't formatted like other subclasses. Yeah. So the Beastmaster has like 3. It has like it's the densest of all the subclasses because there's a lot going on. You're never going to be picking all of them. So like if you have a small companion, like this is all that you need to do, right? You don't need to worry about all this other stuff. So it's just a little bit more challenging to lay out. So that said, can we make it easier to understand? Can we make it easier to understand? Let's see. So do they gain extra mana if you choose +1 combat die? So okay, so let's go back to here. No, so the mana is not based off of combat dice anymore. It's just based off of your. It's just based off of your intelligence. So you don't need to do that. You can just pick. You can pick another commander's order, or you can pick another spell. Is the idea. So you don't have combat dice. You don't have to worry about all of that stuff. The combat dice was equal to your intelligence anyway. We separated it out to make it a little bit easier. So your mana is just equal to your intelligence, and you gain this every time you roll initiative. So if we added, if so, like 5 or 6 mana every time you roll initiative is a lot. If we change that to be like all of your combat dice, it'd probably be too much. It'd probably be a little bit too much. But the Spellblade commander like really wants to have access to all of their commander's orders, so they're likely going to be choosing either a really good utility spell, or like all of the different commanders' orders. So that's probably what they're going to be doing. Let's go down to the Beastmaster. Let's see if we can make it any easier to parse. Okay, so when does the hunter get their Throw of the Hunt abilities? Level 2, I believe. Yeah, level 2. Okay, what if we bolded the different levels? Let's just see what that looks like. You guys tell me if I play this music, can you guys hear it? Yes, let me know if you can hear that. Last time I played music during a stream, I think I have it muted for you guys. Last time I played music during a stream, I got in trouble with YouTube. Cannot hear it. All right. Wizardly, what's up? It's your boy Lizard. Okay, that's good. I just found these guys. Uh-oh. Pretty good. Pretty solid. Maleficent, hey, good to see you. Gonna miss this one, gotta go. Hey, hope you have a good time in the New Year's party. Stay safe. Wish you all awesome New Year and all the best. Thank you so much, Maleficent. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good last little bit of your year. It's just after noon for me, so. So let's see. Does bolding the levels help it? It does help it a little bit, I think. So I think a little bit of clarity about between like what do you get at level 3, 7, 11, and 15 might help. But like these subclasses like you might get at like level 1 or 2. So I don't want to unnecessarily. Yeah, I don't want to unnecessarily restrict someone from being able to like, oh, like my whole character is like this thing at level 1. Like I would like someone to be able to do that if they wanted to. So they should be able to get something. Well, I guess you would only get Go for the Throat and Protect Me at level 2 anyway. So these are already gated to level 2. Because that's when you gain your Throw of the Hunt abilities. Hmm. I think we probably don't need the parentheses or the italics any longer. Regular. So how are we doing like the once per encounter, twice per encounter type of things? How are we ignoring armor? Once per round. Gotta find an ability that lets you do it only once per encounter. Okay, so period, once per encounter. Okay. Gotta stay consistent, guys. Yeah, I think that's helping. Edward, you tell me if this is if that's helping or not. So the idea here is if you start off with like your little Pikachu at level 1, he can with his keen eyes he can allow you to mark a target for free at level 1, right? Level 2, you gain Protect Me and Go for the Throat. And then level 3, like you don't get anything at level 3. Like probably you're not picking this before level 3, but like if you in the edge case you do, like you can get you can get Protect Me and Go for the Throat. For these guys, medium companion, ferocious. Let's see. It's like maybe like you can't even maybe you can't even like have a medium or large companion at level 1 or 2. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it just requires level 3. You have to be a certain height before you can before Charizard will listen to you. That makes sense. I like that. Do you know what would help? What? You know what would help? I know what would help. What if we did... Let's grab... Let's grab this. We can make it bullet points. There we go. I think that might help a little bit. Bullet points, yeah. Janter had something to fix? Janter? Oh, Ferocious Medium Companion has level 15. Yeah. Tell me in like 2 minutes if it's not fixed. Okay, and then we'll work on some of the spacing a little bit. Okay, level 7, level 11. All right, so let's go up to here. Level 3, okay, so we can't exactly follow this because the layout's a little bit more complicated, but like bold, period, and then the thing is sort of the thing that we're doing. I was seeing something out of the corner of my eye, and it was the music video. I was like, what is moving over there? Okay, so we got Keen Eyes, level 7. Or, okay. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. We don't need this. Look at that, guys. Saving characters. Look at that. Apologize if if I'm louder than normal now. The music I'm listening to is loud. Yeah. What do we think? Is that is that a better layout, more clear? Love bullet points? All right, if Angela loves them, then who am I to argue? We can give ourselves a little bit more space. A bit more of a gutter. Lens improvement. Okay. Cool. Okay. Fix that bloody terror. So I think we got that. Shadowmancer, Frost Nova, doesn't it? I think we fixed that. Let's double check. We did add You can cast Cryo Sleep or Rhyme Blades without pilfering power. So we added a little bit more utility. So rather than just the damaging one, you can cast the crowd control or the damaging one. And it's interesting that this being a level 4 spell, right? It's a level 4 spell, but you get it at level 7. Like you sort of like cheating a little bit, and you get Dragon Form at level 15 instead of level 16. So I think that's a cool little side bonus of being a Shadowmancer. Like you get to do, your patron teaches you things a little bit ahead of curve. All right, check. People per person could be widened in scope. Okay, so we did add some. Let me pause this. We did add some new stuff to the Songweaver. Making your own people. You can work with the GM to swap out Stompy, Grand, Mal, and Linos for your own creations if you like. One in combat person whose damage scales with a level. See other spells and abilities for appropriate amounts of damage or other effects. One out of combat support person. One who can help in narrative situations. And one who can give sporadic utility. Follow that broad pattern and you'll be fine. If you find yourself never wanting to use one, make it slightly stronger. If you're using it too frequently, consider bringing the power level down slightly or adding some other drawback. So I'm open to adding a little bit more detail if needed, if you guys feel like that's not enough. But any more complicated than that, I think we're starting to talk about like new Songweaver subclass territory, like the lore lord or something like that, the Lord of Lore. Um, who like is sort of like the storm shifter, like they get like different chimeric boons or people boons, and like they can like customize their people and stuff. Like that kind of cool stuff is like really for its own subclass and not just like a generic class feature that's getting too complicated. If there's too many guidelines and stuff, I think people will sort of expect, oh, well, I need to make, like I need to do this, and like, oh, I don't really want to do that. This is really just like, a little bit of, additional guidance. Like you can change it. It's like we have flavors for, you can reflavor these. You can use these, but reflavor them. Or like you can go a little bit deeper and like change them more if you want to. I think that's about as much as I want. If you guys feel strongly, I can add a little bit more or tweak it a little bit, but that's about the level of granularity. I think I'm okay with right now. Stommy's damage clarification would be good to clarify whether influence check damage pierces armor. It does, because it is dice. It is dice. So that is just a rule. I don't like if we had more space in the spread. Maybe we can. Damage from the D20 roll. How would I phrase that clearly? The difference from the D20 rolls coming from dice, and I think we have it. We phrase it pretty goodly with the Berserker. Here we go. Maybe we'll go and add a note. Yes, your d20 roll is coming from a die. Is that okay? That's okay, right? I feel like I want to fix the spacing here just a smidge. I think an earlier version of these spreads it was a little bit tighter on space, so. There we go. How you guys doing? Super clean. Super clean and neat. Copy in a Discord for people to take a look at now. Okay, appreciate it. It's just only the check that is dice, so that's why I came up. Okay. Yeah. Bruno, it could be cool, a cool story-based subclass if you want to play Noble in Exile, while you forego magic, but turns out... I got buds. I got friends you don't know of, Buster. Don't make me get them. Yeah, that's cool. Twin is at work, but yeah, he sent me his thing. At one point, he suggested the Songweaver guidelines going to the GM guide, like the secret spells are chaos table. I think that's probably as much as I want to have. Like someone picking the Songweaver should have access to that. Like, oh, I can make my own, and it does say like, hey, you have to work with your GM. Honestly, worded as it is clear and fun. Power-wise, I don't see it bad, but just not sure about needing to go deeper. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh yeah, I sent it to you already, I think, Matt. Backpacks mentioned in sizes, so there's no backpack mentioned in equipment. Backpack? I mean, like, it's just a backpack. Anybody can have a backpack. Let's see. Find next. Okay, there's only one backpack in the whole document. I'm not going to worry about that level of granularity, I think. Like, if you're carrying all these things, like, carry it however you want. This it's not that kind of game where it's just like it can fit in something that's that size, something that like you can carry it on your back, right? Like you could stuff a goblin in a backpack. You can't stuff like a human, like a normal sized person in it, or an average sized person. Question about stack advantage, disadvantage. Page 7 says disadvantage in Nimble does stack. I wonder how disadvantage that logically stems from the same thing, not being able to perceive the target would stack. Examples. Invisible attacker attacks a blinded target. Rules are written this would give advantage. So an invisible attacker, so I'm invisible, and the target is blinded. Rules was written this would give advantage to on the attacks of the attacker. Yes, so if I am invisible and my target isn't blinded, so like the good thing about TTR, so before I answer, the good thing about TTRPGs is you have a GM. It's not a board game. You have a GM who can adjudicate in this situation. Like this is like these are two of the same things, right? Like you're grappled and you're prone, like all right, you can't move, like so a GM can adjudicate that kind of stuff if there is ever like a flavor question or like physics type of thing. Like normally I can't jump this far, but because of X, Y, and Z, the GM says, yes, okay, then yes, that makes sense. So you like make your case. That said, if someone invisible is attacking me, but I can see like their footprints, I might not know exactly where they are or what their arms are doing. But like, so they have advantage. But I can see, so they have advantage, but I can see like their footprints in the dirt. Like I can see like their effects, so to speak. But if I'm blinded and they're invisible, well then like that's like it makes sense that you would get advantage too, at least in under certain circumstances. Like maybe like if I'm blinded but they're not invisible, like my allies could like to your left, or like he's coming. Like your allies could help you like do different things. But if he's invisible and I'm blinded, like I can't help me and nobody else can help me, like that kind of thing. So I think that situation does make sense. Attacking an invisible creature that also has full cover. So you cannot target a creature with full cover. Let's see. Cover and hiding, a creature mostly obscured. Yeah, so cannot be targeted by an attack. Rules written, this will give disadvantage 2 on the attack, so the attacker logically. So an invisible creature with cover, maybe not full cover, like that have disadvantage 2. Like I can't see him and he's behind a desk, right? So like cover is like he's behind it, he's not like completely covered, right? Like standing behind a tree, like maybe there's a shoulder or he's moving in and out, like that kind of thing. But if he's like completely in a building, he has full cover, right? I can't shoot him with my arrows. But if he's like in the window of the building, he's shooting arrows from like an arrow slit. He's got cover, but he's not completely covered. So I can shoot in through the window. It's harder to do that, but it's not impossible. So if he's invisible and doing that, I don't know like when he's in the window or not in the window. I don't know that we need to clarify anything there. I think those are fine. But if someone was running it and they wanted to run it this way, that's perfectly fine. If someone wanted to do it that way. A blinded character attacks an invisible creature. Okay, so I think all of those are okay. All of those are okay. Add the spell DC to the spell section. Okay, let's check that. Let's grab the. Okay, there it is. A hero's spell save DC is typically 10 plus key. Yeah. Yep, went through that. That was yesterday and the day before Fate Touch. I think we fixed that. Or we clarified that. Let's double check. We didn't. Okay, so I want to be careful about double dipping. So half damage from all magical effects. So that's before armor is applied. That makes sense, right? You take half damage from magical effects, double from weapons made of metal. Because if you take 10 damage, and let's say there's an attack for 10 damage, so I'm just going to think it through. This is a Fey touched frog. Touched by Fey. All right, metal weapon. He's going to swing an attack for 10 damage. So it's going to double. So it's going to be 20 damage. And now he can use his 5 armor to, block 5 of that. He'll take 15 damage. Okay, what would it be otherwise? Um, he blocks so the 10 damage he would block some of that. He would block 5 of it, and then that would be doubled. So he would take 10. Yeah. So before armor, the damage is doubled before doubled or halved before armor. Right. So if he attacks for 10, um, and he's not using a metal weapon. So here's a magical attack. He attacks for 10. His Fate Touch reduces it to 5. And now he can block 5 damage. That makes sense, right? What would it be the other way? 10. He blocks 5, and he would take half of that. Ooh. Yeah, either way seems correct, right? Either way could be potentially correct. Let's see. Hit the like button, guys. Yeah, thank you, Bruno. Appreciate it. Yeah. So let's see. What are you guys talking about? I think I missed a couple of comments. Oh, I didn't. I figured you wouldn't, and people can make their own backpack costs. Yeah. Or yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not worried about it. So Stompy's the only one that costs actions. So it's the only one that happens inside of combat. All the others are sort of like things you could sort of do whenever. Double keying. I didn't get it in the doc, but an idea for an Oathsworn Interpose at level 5. When you interpose, you may make an opportunity attack, and not free. That is cool. That is cool. But I think the Oathsworn doesn't need any help. Oathsworn does not need any new additional things. That is cool. I think we have a similar feature already somewhere. I think we do have a similar feature. Is it the bulwark? Yeah, the first time you block, each round you block all the damage from an attack, you may make an opportunity attack against the attacker for free. So this one is free, so it's with disadvantage, but it's free. It's like you're incentivized to block more often. Bulwark, yeah. So yeah, cool idea. I don't think the Oathsworn really needs any additional help. So out of the power level of the classes, Berserker is great. The Cheat is great. Commander, my rankings of the classes right now, in terms of like coolness, not coolness, like power level. Berserker Cheat S tier, Commander's A tier, maybe A plus. In terms of like raw, like it's probably like A minus in terms of like raw damage by itself. With the new changes, maybe A plus now. But in terms of utility and flexibility, like it's S plus. Like out of all of the classes, the Commander has been like the sleeper hit of it's been really interesting. It's been really very like much more tactically interesting than I ever thought it would be. Hunter, I think it's A plus or S tier now. Mage, a lot of fun. So I think they're all like A plus S tier. Like obviously I'm biased, but Shepherd could use like a little bit, I think, but it's really for like a particular kind of person. They do have the flexibility of being like a melee and spellcaster type of class, like heavily armored. They've got the shield. They've got the companion. They can do a lot of really cool things, but they're also they can make very good use of their actions. Songweaver is just it's spicy. It can do really cool things, especially now that a lot of the higher tier spells are like D44, D66. Just being able to change like any die, like being able to change the die of the tens place, like this multiplies the effect by 10. It's like really, really big, really huge. Stormshifter, I think Sky and Storm has always been really cool, really flavorful. And then with a lot of the feedback with that from playtesting that we've had, Fang and Claw is really a lot of fun too. Zephyr, same with Zephyr. I think the way it uses wounds as sort of a currency is a lot of fun. Uh, yeah, so I think our classes are in a really good spot. The story based subclasses, Oathbreaker, it is really cool for the right person. Spellblade again, Oathbreaker, Spellblade, Reaver, Beastmaster, really cool for the right person. So like, not everybody is going to want those subclasses, but the base classes they're built off of are solid. So I think all of the classes are in a good spot. The only one I was a little bit looking at buffing was the commander, and I think the changes that we made today, I think pretty well cover it. Um, hey, Maia, good to see you. Overall question about the disadvantage advantage was if a note to clarify should be added. I put it right. I don't think so. I think that is I think how it is okay. Stompy has a relative power level. Yes. Um, it's hard because Oathsworn is good on power. It doesn't encourage interposing more than other classes anymore, but I can't think of any way to encourage it. So, like there is an old Jewish saying. Like I'm not Jewish, but I've heard like people say like, well, what do I get out of like keeping the law, like the Jewish law? And like the answer from the rabbis is like the reward for keeping the law is keeping the law. It's a I don't know. It's a weird Jewish saying that like doing the thing is the reward. Like interposing for free is the reward, right? Like you're protecting your allies. Like you're doing your cool heroic thing. Like, well, what do I get if I cast fireball? Like, casting fireball is the cool thing. Hey Tyler, good to see you, man. Hey, you want to do some playtesting tonight? Is Brandon working? You let me know. Maybe do some playtesting tonight if you're gonna be at the thing tonight. So like how I see it, like the point of the game is like to do cool heroic things, right? And the Oathsworn, more than any other class, can like be the heroic protector, like more easily and flexibly. So the reward, I don't think the Oathsworn needs more of an incentive to interpose. Like it's already free. So that's my thought on it. As a class I've joined the most while playtesting a test that interposing for free. Yeah, it's amazing. Helps me keep my damage dealers in top shape. Yeah, yeah. So if you don't want to go to the interpose route, like you definitely don't have to. Like Oathsworn shouldn't need to feel like, oh, I have to do this in order to get like the most damage. Like no, if you want to pick one of the subclasses where like interposing is less important, like cool, like go ahead. But like you can do it for free, and that is its own cool reward. Brandon's working okay. Okay, yeah, no worries. Um, Unfortunately, interposing has been decoupled from the other core feature, causing the class to lose focus and no longer incentivize jump in and take damage. And and that's okay. And I think Ross, I think your guy chose the more DPS focused one, and that sort of does intentionally like de-emphasize interposing a little bit, and I think that's okay. I don't want him to feel like he has to be interposing. Like he is like Judge Dredd type of thing, right? So that is who he is, and he doesn't like Judge Dredd isn't worried about like he's not RoboCop. He's doing his own cool thing. So Oath of Vengeance is sort of that flavor, and if he wants to interpose, he can do it for free. Like if he wants to protect his buds, but his focus is mostly on like smacking some fools, right? So yeah, if the tanky guys are not interposing, the others, yeah, that's right. Uh, so if it's easy enough, in Ross, I haven't taken a look at your the Oathbreaker. Yeah, Oathbreaker is a little bit different. Um, the Oathbreaker is more like like a Darth Vader in was it the Empire Strikes Back? I don't know. He sees his buds getting beat up, and then he like, okay. Um, but Ross, I haven't taken a look at your feedback yet, so maybe my opinion will change once I take a look at that. But as of right now, the reward, what's the incentive for interposing, or what's the reward for interposing? The reward for interposing is interposing. So for others, it's still it costs you something, but for the oath sworn, it's free. Like in that like the doing the heroic thing is the fun part. That said, if you wanted to homebrew it, like easily could, like, hey, whenever you oppose, you gain, plus, whatever, you plus key damage, you gain one more die. Like if you felt like it just needs a little bit more oomph. If you want to do that, you could. I really struggled to figure out a way to make it work, to word it to make it work. Like if you're at a table and explaining to someone, like you could probably explain it in a way that makes sense and doesn't break anything. But in terms of like writing it down in just a few words, um, making it work that way, it was getting a little bit too arcane. That said, we'll see. I'm the Shepherd is the most efficient class in what they do in the entirety of Nimble. Very good class. Oh, thank you. It's one of the first. It's one of the very first classes that I designed. Shepherd's a very specific Nimble thing. Very specific toolkit. Okay. Thank you, Edward. Appreciate it. You letting them know. Paul says, I'd argue that if your people person summon should be powerful enough to require 3 actions, otherwise it's not worth using on a daily use. Yeah, perhaps. If and there is something to be said about like more efficient. Like there might be like a person you could summon that costs 0, you could summon for free, or like a little fairy that costs 1 action. The heal giant costs 3 actions. Like something like that. Like you can. There's enough little knobs. I always imagine like the little soundboards, like the mixing boards with a bunch of little knobs and things. So if you have enough knobs, you can make it, you can balance it, you make it work. So like how many actions it costs, what drawbacks it has, what boons it has, that kind of thing. Yeah, the reward is taking damage away from your party without losing another reaction chance. Yeah. So choosing who is damaged or not is a big deal, really big deal. They'll use it. So looking for clarification, understand? Okay. Hey, Janter. The incentive is that you can reduce damage taken by the party. Yeah. If it's different now, it's okay. Just making sure we cover all the flavors you want in there. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to the document. Telegraph danger. Okay, so we're going to the GM guide now. Going to the GM guide. Telegraph danger. Page 6 doesn't actually say what it's supposed to. Okay. Should be more added than more dangerous situation. The clearer the clues have to be. Most paragraph is talking about putting players in dangerous situations, not examples of which kinds of dangers have to be telegraphed and how. Information does not have to be dumbed down, Chris knowledge. Traps shouldn't be invisible or hidden. Not even mentioned in page 12's traps paragraph. Strange left. The tooltip in page 12 explains the concept better, but it's in the adventure creation section. Okay. Fair. Okay, let's go to, so let's read what's on page 6, and we'll go to page 12. Yeah, and great feedback, everybody. Like, I really appreciate it. I hope you guys don't take it the wrong way. I'm trying to go fast. Okay, let's see. Be honest and trustworthy. Roll in the open, even if you're not cheating. Perhaps especially so. Does that make sense? I'll let the editor worry about that. Make sure play also feels to your party that everything is on the up and up. What happens is what was supposed to happen. Players love to know that they won fairly. For example, blah blah blah. Telegraphing danger. Then let the bad telegraph danger. Then let the bad thing happen. I think we'll fix that. You must be clear about danger. Okay, so we could probably cut this sentence. Telegraph danger. You must be clear about danger. If you telegraph danger, and the heroes still make bad decisions, let them suffer the consequences of their choices. Heroes have plenty of options to get themselves out of sticky situations. Go get them. Don't be afraid to keep attacking a dying hero. They're still standing. It's what a monster would do. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, this probably doesn't fit. They're still standing. Excuse me. Don't be afraid to let them fall down an endless pit. Leave it to the players to figure out how to save themselves. Interpose. Okay, so it's not bad, but can we make it better? Let's go to page 12. Traps, something big. Be clear about danger. Okay, we could just say like see page 12 for more. Maybe we could do that. That might be. Be clear about danger. You can only do this if you're clear about danger. You shouldn't spring a super deadly total party kill encounter on your players who are expecting an easy one. Warn your players when something is actually dangerous. You are their eyes and ears. I think I might just do, because it does fit here. It definitely fits here, and that is very important when making your own adventures. So I think we're just going to add a see page 12. See page 12 note for more. Let's see, is there anything? Uh-oh. I wonder why that happens. You guys still with me? Like every once in a while, the stream, like there's like the page that has YouTube open, it'll just like the page will just crash, and I refresh it, and it's like, oh yeah, we're back up. So I hope that doesn't ruin anything for you guys. We're here. All right. I do like this. So maybe we'll. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to add a C page 12 note, and then I'll see if my editor has any additional comments on that. I think that is what we're going to do. Okay. Kind of liking where we're going. Let's add a. I wouldn't put it that way, Paul. I'll just say that. Telegraph danger could say be severe once danger is known and the risk is taken. Then the dyer should be full. Yeah. Like I don't want the GM to feel to need to feel like they are like the adversary. Like I think that's the opposite of what we're going for. But they should be honest, honest and trustworthy. Okay, like I trust gravity. Like every time I do the thing, it's gonna do its thing, right? But if sometimes I drop the thing and it goes up, like can't trust gravity anymore. Like gravity's not out to get you, but it will consistently do what you expect it to do. Okay, let's add a cross reference. So see. Yes, correct. Wizardly lizardly. Insert hyperlinks, cross reference. What was it on the page? We'll just say type hyperlink, insert cross reference, page 12. Can I just link to page 12? 12? Okay. 12 on page 19. No, that's not what we're looking for. Okay, C. Page 12 for more. And then I think I can just hyperlink this. I need to get Taryn up in here and ask him some questions about this. Hyperlink. New hyperlink. URL, not a URL. Page. Yeah, here we go. We're figuring it out. I might have added it. That might have worked. Time to hyperlink the book. So most of the hyperlinks are already added. So I don't think we need to worry too much about. Okay, so okay, so fiery boon sucks compared to the others. Okay, yeah. So the boons can probably use a second pass. Let's go to boons. At the end of your turn, you may deal 1 fire damage to an adjacent target. So this is like more of like a minion killer type of thing. So I'm okay with that. It doesn't suck. It just has a particular purpose. And a lot of times, like a creature will have like frequently, a creature will have a single hit point left, and you just so it is cool. It is cool. Stand tall boon is worthless. So some of these are ones that you can give out, not necessarily ones that would like someone would necessarily pick. Okay, so there are noted, but the purpose for all of these is not just for mechanical benefits. So this on a gnome or kobold, like, yeah, I'm a half an inch taller. Like he's taller than all of his family. Like that kind of thing is funny, right? It's a minor boon. Like you go to Galadriel, you've saved you destroyed the ring or whatever, and like she makes Frodo and Sam, she gives them a half an inch of extra height. Like that is so cool. Like she gives like this. No, not right now, honey. Female human. Later. Yeah, that kind of thing. So these are boons that like NPCs can give out, or that kind of stuff. So not all of them need to be perfectly mechanically balanced, but they all do need to have like a place and time that they're used. So I'm okay with that. Proposed solution would be wild if it would change the character's size within reason. Yeah, that's okay. Like this is cool, but just different. Can I have a stock? Oh, no. That's mine. No shipping. Shipping is not included in that in that offer. I ate recently. I'll eat it a little bit later. Good patient boon. Why does the healing have to be magical? Let's take a look. Key +3. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Whenever you receive healing, that's fine. Ooh. Uh-oh. I pushed the close button instead of the save button. Let's open it back up. We're at the GM guide. It's like Command S is the button to save, and then what's right above the S is the W. So Command W is close. So I don't know who put that there, but we're back in business. I was going to reference. Then Evan said he was going to start streaming. Oh, nice. Aren't there really? There aren't really many sources of non-magical healing. Like hit dice. It's like resting. Resting is non-magical healing. So most healing is probably non-magical. Good patient boon. Right now, veteran is generally more useful. What does veteran do? Veteran +10 hit points. I mean, veteran is solid, but it's not better. It's not like strictly better. Was there a monsters having stats idea? Ooh, oh yeah. We can probably add that to like the. So we do have. Your children want a shout out. Is the middle one home? Got to see if the middle one's home. Hey, Daphne. Hey, Sam. Hey, Gloria. That's my kids. If anybody wants to say hi to the kids, Sam can read, the others can't. So he can read it to him. Yeah. Hey, children. Okay, so could we stick eating tacos? All right. Hanging out, eating tacos. This is what Daddy does. This is what Daddy does at work, you guys. Monsters having stats. That could be. Where could we add that? Where would that be most useful? Contested skill checks. I think maybe that could be like the 5e conversion thing, because like that's really a 5e thing, right? It's really a 5e thing. Document adding 2. That is great. Optional rules. Yeah, optional rules. So optional rules is more like player facing things. Like at the table, like the players want these rules. This is more of a GM facing thing. My first paragraph. Okay. If a contested skill check is ever desired or necessary, since Nibble monsters, that's not correct. Nimble monsters don't have skills or stats. You can roll additional die based on the creature's capabilities instead. Plus 1d4. Average 24 is gonna be like average skill plus 1d6, trained plus 1d8. Monster skill checks. Yeah, it could be. Monster skill checks. 1d6 to 1d10. I don't think we need like super granular. Uh, 1d0. That's not very good. And the skill plus 1d12 to 1d20. There we go. I think something like that would be good, and I think here in the 5e conversion section is where it belongs. So yeah, legendary bullets. Okay. So let's scooch that down. Let's go back to the thing. Yep. To rough draft. Yeah. So this is the idea. I've done it once or twice, getting hang of this. Look, mono hands. Yeah. Cool. Cool way to put it. I think probably like we don't need as much granularity, but like no additional modifier to like a meager modifier. D6, D8, D10, like somewhere in there is like pretty good, and then D12, D20, very very good. Just roll them both, add them up. Go roll an additional die. And add it to the skill check. You can roll additional die based on creature's capabilities and add it to the skill check instead. There we go. That's good. Perfect. I think that person will be happy. I'm happy with it. Thanks for the playback speed reminder. Yeah, finally caught up. All right. Welcome to the present. Xpeng. Welcome to the present. Green Thumb's base, Mural Chamber still says there was water flowing down the steps from the entrance, but is no longer the first chamber. Let's take a look at that. Remember, some things did change there. Let's go. There's not nothing you don't know about plants. There's not nothing you don't know about plants. That was me. You swapped the trapped hall with the mural chamber. Okay, let's see. Long corridor. The floor is covered in a dense carpet of foliage. Blah, blah, blah. Wasn't there an encounter? Mural chamber. One tangler. I think that's okay. There's like a trapped thing. Water flows down. Maybe not steps. What was that? You guys told me before. There's like a cave that has like an open ceiling. What was that called? Those things are those have a name. Cave with an open ceiling. Open cave ceiling. What is it called? Name? What are they called? Cenote? Is it cenote or cenote? Water flows down. I don't think people know what a cenote, cenote is. I don't think people know what that is because I didn't. I'm a person. Water flows down. Open. Water flows down. Water flows in. Let's say trickles. Water trickles in from cracks in the walls, from ceiling and cracks in the walls. Dappled light, dappled sunlight shines through ceiling. Let's take a look at the thing. Okay, so this is the story of a girl. How would we describe this? Cenote. 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 Down the wall. Yeah. All right, so we have to. Water trickles in from open ceiling and cracks in the walls. Dappled sunlight shines through. There we go. Perfect, and it fits on 2 lines. There we go. We didn't break any of our other formatting. Okay, cenote. Pronunciation. Cenote. Oh. Cenote. Cenote. I don't know how I've gone almost 40 years and never heard that word. That's beautiful cenote drawn there. Yes, it is. Beautiful, beautiful cenote. Green Thumb's base. Okay, got that. Ambusher is both used for the Mimic's ability and Hunter's Primal Stalker, level 3. I think that is okay. I think that is okay. Because, like, one is player facing, the other is, like, GM facing. Like, the GM doesn't care. So I think that's okay. I'm not worried about that. If it was, like, 2 player facing, like, Ambusher is a thing. Let's see. Synonyms for ambusher: attacker, assailant, pleasure. I think it's okay. The number of bullets are vertically misaligned. I believe we got that already. Let's go up and just double check. Yep, fixed it. Cenote. 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 I have said, you said that word? Mexican caves with water in the bottom. We have the same things in Florida. We don't call them, we call them sinkholes. Yeah, we call them sinkholes. Yeah. You don't want to be coming upon a cenote in Florida, because might be swallowing your car up. Legend Woods table has 8 entries, but 1d6 is listed in the title. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I'm sure it does. See, look, it says 1d8. Legend Woods raw inspiration can rules written can roll an infinite amount of dice. It doesn't have a number of uses. Yeah. Inspiration. Let's see, where is it? Any. Oh, it's just right. Roll any die once. Inspired. There we go. I believe a good synonym for ambusher is coward. Spang? I don't know. One person's coward is another person's smart, tactical. Got that fixed. Appendix of inspiration is under shadow, blight, and the glossary. I believe we did fix that. Yeah, so we fixed that. How to deal with non-lethal damage. Was it added to? How to deal with non-lethal damage. I feel like something is in here. What would we have called it? Edward, do you remember seeing that anywhere in the core rules? Lethal. Open all documents. What would we have called it? You look at Discord. How we handle non-lethal damage. So if I recall, any melee attack could be used non-lethally, but like magic and other things, like you can't. I feel like we had that in here somewhere at some point. I feel like we added like 1 or 2 more things here as well. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna open up the old version of it and see if this is the core rules. Maybe not. On your computer. Core. Okay, I don't know. Just trying to see if I could find it. Checking old versions. I don't know if like it. I don't think I would have removed it. My mic gets fair bit louder when you're camera only. Ooh, that's good to know. So we're at negative 3.6 face. Oh, there you go. How's that? It was doubled. I had the mic coming in twice, so it was twice. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. Tell me if that fixes it. I had like the same input like going twice, so let me know if that fixes it. Thank you, Kaspang. Sorry if I blew out anybody's eardrums. I thought I added a couple more things here in this downtime section. Unconscious. Where would that be? It might have been like in the optional rules, maybe. Small groups, critical healing, pressure playing dead retreat. We'll go ahead and add it here. None. The picture's awesome. Which one? The cone? Are you talking about the one actually done by an artist? This one? Plant Knight? Yeah, he's cool. Non-lethal damage. Any melee attack. Also, those. Yeah, I spent like a whole day like drawing a bunch of different things and figuring tons of things out. I said, all right, we don't need to. I had this long description of how to like super hyper technically like figure things out, and like it's figured out in my mind, but like, do I need to fill the rules with that kind of nonsense? I don't think so. Any melee attack can be can heroes deal non-lethal damage? Yes. Negotiations could be had at any point in combat. Any melee attack can be used to knock. Can be used to knock. Any melee attack can be used to knock a creature unconscious at 0 hit points instead of killing them. Yeah, I can't find it either. I don't recall. I'm leaning heavily on my newly found editor. And Angela's been helping. A bunch of people have been helping a lot. So like, and that is going to make the editing go much more quickly. And rather than him focusing on all of his time on like fixing typos and adding commas and stuff, like we've done most of the 95% of that already. He can focus on like making sure things are clear and consistent and like that kind, like the kind of thing where like someone has to read through everything all together very holistically to really be able to see that kind of stuff. So because we've spent so much time doing all the other kinds of editing, now we can like we freed up his time to do other things. So thank you, Angela, very much so, and the others. I just don't remember their names. All the artists so cool, designers of mind, have all the tools. Yeah. Big shout out to the background heroes. Yeah, Tyler, Gideon Jenkins. Tyler's one of them, certainly. He's had some awesome ideas. Yeah, you guys have really. I thought this project was like 95% done in like July and August. Like that's what the backer kit campaign said. Like, hey, a week or two. Like we'll play test for a week or two, spot any typos, and we'll ship it. Like you'll have it before Christmas. But there's probably been more development after the Kickstarter, or not more, maybe like, an equal amount of development before the Kickstarter as there was after the Kickstarter. So like you guys have really helped to make this game a lot better. So cool, kudos to you. Yeah, well worth it. Yeah, yeah. I definitely have the game developer mindset of like, rather than movies, like a lot of times movies, like the movie is shipping it we release there's a release date, it's got to be done by then. So like some movies have like rush special effects and they don't turn out so good. But like video games will frequently, like, it'll be released when it's done, because it's really hard to be able to tell. So that's more of my attitude. Um, if we can get everything, I expect to get everything done today, where I can release the final today. But if not, if it ends up taking a little bit longer, I'm okay with it. As long as I'm still like, I will keep working on it as long as I feel like it is making progress. As long as it's getting better. If I ever feel like I'm just spinning my wheels and we're not really making more progress, then like it's done. So I don't want to needlessly delay things, but I even more than that, I don't want to release a subpar product. Okay, let's keep going. Can heroes deal non-lethal damage? Yes, negotiations be had at any point in combat. Alternatively, any melee attack can be used to knock a creature unconscious at 0 hit points instead of killing. Very good. Got that fixed. Legendary monsters could use a few more non-damaging options and ideas. Oh, I do like that. I do like that. Spend a turn to regain a one-time use ability. That's kind of cool. I'm a charge of my lasers. That is a good one. That is a good one. I do like that idea. And we did add this. And can I just say, like, how much I really love the art that Noah Bradley did for this one, and like how cool this monster is going to be so much fun to run, and like there's even like runes coming out of this thing's head and stuff. Like, how cool. But like just how much fun this is. Like, glimpse your end. DC 20 will save or doomed. Concentration is broken. And the next damage you take is maximized instead of rolled. So both a cool, like a really cool, surprising, like dangerous, deadly thing. But also, like, once you learn how she works, if someone is doomed, like your ally, if your ally's next, like he can like hit you for like, 10 damage instead of like her doing a plasma storm for 80 damage, right? That kind of thing is really cool. Like, so other people can do cool things. Like, these are tactics to learn. Sort of like a what's that one really hard video game with hard bosses, Elder Scrolls and stuff, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't even know what this thing is. So, really, really cool. And I forgot what we were talking about. Oh yeah, we're gonna add like one additional new ability. Yeah, we've got the space to add one more. Wind up / breathe in. Wind up charging my lasers. Dark Souls. Yeah. Dark Souls. Is Elder Scrolls this thing? No, not Elder Scrolls. One of the scrolls. Did I say Elder Scrolls? Should there be an int save option? Possibly. Possibly. Regain the use of a single. I really like that idea. That is such a cool idea. Charging my lasers. Isn't that like a thing? What is this? Firing my lasers. Wasn't there like a cat thing? Something with a cat. My laser. I'm firing it. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, I love the internet. Internet is good. Uh, that is really cool. I really like that. Terrifying. One of the first ever memes, was it? I like the seagull meme. What is it? Breathe in. What is that? This one. What is this? I don't know what that means. But yeah, the seagull is like. Ah. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, 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 no. There we go. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. You guys got me coughing over here. Yeah, so that is a really good idea. Whoever's idea this was. Okay, spinning X number of turns. Just one turn is fine. So you're dividing whatever the damage, the single use ability. You're dividing, like, the single use ability is usually really strong for one turn, but divided over 2 turns, it's not that strong. And like warning everybody, like, hey, I'm breathing in. Then like if, people can like move around and stuff. Hopefully, at least. Like the commander's really good at that kind of thing. Like reposition. Like even if it's not his turn, he can like move people out of the arc, the cone and stuff, and like really like that kind of stuff is so fun. Oh, Edward. So this is added. So that is added in the latest version. And I'm going over that right after we get this done. Opening up a chosen target on a failed. Oh, let me uncheck that. Oh, cool beans. Okay. Opening up a chosen target on a failed save, make the next attack against them a guaranteed crit. I think not every actively applying the taunted condition. Most legendary monsters are solo, so the taunted condition wouldn't do anything. Let's try or something. Yeah. So yeah, I think that this one, an end option would be cool to round things out, but not every legendary monster will have like some intelligence based thing. So like I guess it doesn't need to. So like strong ones might do toss around, or like mindly doodly ones might have telekinetic shove or something. Like bestial things, terrible roar, creepy monologue, taunt. Yeah, like so a taunt is more like a frightening thing. That's like a courage save or willpower. Intelligence. Intelligence is really something you use against someone to like spot their weaknesses and stuff. Intelligence is more like an offensive thing, and will is more of like a defensive thing in my mind. And only certain monsters would like make an illusions and stuff. So illusions is more of a very specific kind of thing. One of the first terrifying. Looking at the old version, 12 is the most amount of downtime options you had, unless you had some. I mean, I had a bunch of version. I spent like a month or two between 1.98 in the GM guide, and I thought I added a bunch more because like anytime I have extra space, like this column is here and this column is there, I try to add more space or more content to fill up the space. So looking at the old versions, I think the idea in these options is the GM could pick the options that fit the monster. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Yeah, these are more like general use type of things. Great, would add drum or tune down an encounter that is too challenging. Yeah, I really like that. Pudge the Blunderer. Okay, let's keep going. Some guidance on how to run legendary monsters would be great. How often to use a big attack. Running monsters from top action down. Yeah. The options are so few that I think it should. So they have been designed to be somewhat obvious. Like, when do I use this or that? Like venomous stinger, like truckload of damage, one time use. All right, I want to use that as soon as I can, right? But if I'm not close to anybody, well, I can't use this or this. Okay, so I'm going to move and claw, and then I might, use my venomous stinger. So I think it should be easy enough to. All the monsters are designed to be like clearly like this is the best thing to use in these situations. Like this is the strongest thing, but I need to set it up to you, and I need to use this to set it up. So I think that's okay. I think this is okay. I think that's okay. I don't want to like a GM should be able to choose like the weaker attack if he wants to. If to take it easy, they should be able to choose the stronger attack if it's available. That kind of thing. Templates for traps, puzzles, random event generators. Steal from different resources to make your own. Yeah, so we added a little bit of that. Recommended list of materials. How many dice per player? Yeah. Character sheet. So we'll deal with that later. Hopefully he's just run. Okay, yeah. So let's actually take a look at Edward's feedback. Is this the same spreadsheet as the other one? I think it is. Blue. So we did get that. Okay. So I think the rest of these are like additional content stuff, and we'll look at that. Dream World, the legendary monster image would be half a page. There'll be more guidance there. Okay, so let's go through his stuff. Replace the increment keyword with a grade upstep. It's going to encompass changing die size as well as armor. Increment decrement is sort of the keyword. It's terms that MCDM uses, and I really like it. It's very like you sort of understand what it means immediately. Increment. Where do we have increment? Increment. Find next. Increment the die size one step. So it does explain it, and like so some of them will increment up to D12. Some of them increment up to D20. So increment your hit die. So this one increments to D20, D12. So every time it says it, it does clarify. Yeah, by one max D12. Search is complete. Okay. So it only says it a few times. 1, 2, all documents. I feel like there should be a use of it here, right? Because the shepherd increments the die. Increase its die size. Okay. So let's make that consistent. Find increment, find next, increment, done. Okay, so increment. Yeah. You can, yeah. Edward, if you wanna hop on voice, I'm gonna hop in the Nim talk. Start the stage. If you want to hop in. End of year. Okay, Edward, I'm in the chat. If you want to hop in, let me grab this. Edward on voice. Yeah, I've never heard your voice. Edward. Okay. Hop in. Let me know, Edward, when you're in the chat, and I'll invite you. There we go. Invite to speak. All right, just don't scare me, Edward.
Very quietly.
Hey, there we go. All right.
Quietly, hello.
Hey, there we go. Oh, hang on. I'm getting an echo.
Oh, I think that might be for me. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, I think that might.
Yeah, you have to turn off the stream.
Yeah, no, I turned off the stream, but Discord was still playing through not playing where it's supposed to.
Ah, gotcha.
Apologies.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, what are your thoughts?
Only because there's a couple. I mean, increment is fine with me. There's just a couple spots where it wasn't used, like for changing the die sight for armor for blessed aim. There's a couple. That's a couple spots, but increment is fine. Just upgrading downgrade would just allow you to just say upgrade instead of increment the die size by 1, or I don't know if there's a choice where it goes down by 1. Degrade. I don't know if there's one in the
yeah, decrement. I'm not sure. But yes, making it more consistent. So you said blessed aim. Where even is
but
that?
that one is that's blessed aims and heroes on page 39. You can change an armor size of a
39. Decrease your target armors by 1 step for this attack. Decrease, I think, is okay, right?
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, a lot of these notes are just small, nitpicky kind of formatting and consistency things, so it's perfectly fine.
I think that's fine. So yeah, when we're changing die size D68 and D64, like increment decrement, I think that's fine. And this is so monster armor doesn't have to do anything with dice, so or die size. So I think that's okay. Okay. Anywhere else?
I mean, I'll just hang out, and if you have any questions, I can just mute myself, and if you have a question.
Okay. Yeah, I can't search for increase because there's like 1,000 of those. So
yeah, I'll do another pass when the next ones come out.
Okay. So we got that. NPCs. So I did add NPC. So the first time NPC is used in the GM guide, I did add a clarification of what that is. Intelligence is the only one that it says effects. Okay, let's go there. It's core rules, stats, intelligence, effects. Okay, it affects, yeah. Effects, languages, spellcasting, use of all spell scrolls. Okay. Check. Skills. Whenever you tell could be cut since it comes up again. Could you, I can't edit this. Could you grab this little thing and scooch it in so it can fit on one screen?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Oh.
Yeah.
There we go. Does anybody else's sternum ever crack? Like sometimes my sternum will just like, crack. I feel like it's stuck right now and it hurts. Oh, that happened when I hit 30, I think. AV technician me was like, Echo, it's go time. Have I seen the movie Alien? I've seen parts of it like years ago. I don't like scary movies, so.
You should be able to edit it now and move it around wherever you need to do.
Okay. It says view only. I might have to refresh. There we go. All right, cool. Okay, whenever you tell could be cut since it comes up again. What are the where the actual rules are for doing so are skills. Whenever you tell, Where is that?
No, on page 5, right on the little box, the little information right under skills right there. Skills gauge how well, blah, blah. Whenever you tell the GM what you're doing, they may ask you to use one of your skills. So you could cut that.
Um, I think that is needed. It's like
Okay.
for someone new to RPGs, like, well, what in the world are these? Like, whenever you tell the GM what you're doing, like you can
Yeah.
use one of these skills. I
Again,
think
it comes up on the next part, so it's perfectly fine.
okay. Huge, small hut or cabin, gargantuan, large tent, small
The
house or bigger
Discord
than.
is still not happy with it.
Oh, the sizes. All right, let's take a look. Um, Huge is roughly the size of a small house. Okay, so this isn't like um, so this is like a small fantasy house, not like a small McMansion in the U.S. Like a small house in the U.S. is like a 3-2, 2,000 square feet. Oh, it's a small house. It's only 2,000 square feet. Um, so no, this is so yeah. I mean, I don't want to have confusion. Okay, so what did you recommend? A small hut. The size of a small, yes, we'll also say small cabin. Um, a gargantuan. So gargantuan is different. It can be as large as a castle keep.
That's true.
So I think that one's okay. Large tent. So I'm okay with gargantuan. Small cabin is fine. Um,
The ever
small house feels better. Yeah. Like a small cabin. I've been watching this one guy on YouTube like build a small cabin. It's about 3 by 3, 15 by. It's like a 10 by 10 cabin or 15 by 15. It's a good sized cabin. It's a small house. I'm gonna leave it as a small house. It's a small house. Like a small house is like 10 by 10, 15 by 15. That kind of thing. I think that's okay. It's much more viscerally descriptive. This dragon is the size of a small house. Like people like, ooh, it's a big dragon. Graphic from early versions of the book. Abstract different distances. Is that not in here? Speed and range. So I simplified it.
Yeah, there's not really space for it now but I just mentioned it.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know that it was like super helpful. It was just like it was like I've got space, let's add something. More than like, oh, this is needed.
Mhm.
Maybe put range on gargantuan, like from X to as large. Uh, Small house castle keep. I don't know. People coming from 5e conversion confused on the grid accurate representation. So where is it? Where is it? Here it is. I think my Planescape thing has a thing on sizes. Sizes. It doesn't have anything about sizes. Okay. Where's my? Got like 1,000 different DM screens and I can't find it. Here's one. I think Tales of the Valiant has something on sizes. Climbing, grappled. Size. Tiny, bottle or lock, small, chest or loot, medium, barrel or chandelier, large, cart, 10 foot by 10 foot window. Um, there's no like monster sizes. I think I'm okay with how it is. I think I'm okay with how it is. Let me see if I can find one more. This is my old DM screen with from the last campaign we finished. Um, let me show you guys this because this is kind of cool, I think. So this is my old DM screen. So I've got all of these different clothespins. So we could track initiative because initiative tracking is hard. And I've got like custom papers printed out. We have got like gold, like how much gold they should earn per level. We have like resting things and names for good people and bad people. Combat conditions, like these are custom things that I had. Different consumables they might have. And then this is a wild magic. One of the players was a wild magic sorcerer. A wild magic table that's a little bit more interesting. 1 to 100. And then we have like other things like if I wanted to do something we tried was I don't know actually if we tried it. I thought about trying it but I didn't. Like PC player facing attack rolls here, but that was a little bit fiddly. Yeah, so I've got different custom mix. Okay, so this does have something about sizes. It just has like a drawing of it. I think it's okay with how it is. So this is more like the fantasy of it, but just so that you can actually play at a like tactically at a table, it sort of fits in a 4x4 area or bigger. Like it could be a 5 or 6 size. Like gargantuan is like the biggest creature. I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna fiddle too much with that. I think that's okay. From I gather, Nimble is merging Gargantuan Colossal into a ranged D&D appearance. Will not get that right away. Do using pins. Does it leave a mark? Like we needed some way to. No, it doesn't. It hasn't left a mark. And that this has been these clothespins have been clothespinned on for like a year or more. It doesn't really leave any visible. But if you don't have to track initiative, that's even better. But like we have Galceriad and Dermot and what's her name? Akko? Io from what was it? I forgot. The Critical Role adventure. It was okay. It needed a lot of work. It needed a lot of work to flow. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay with where we are on that. May camp is unclear to me. Take the maximum means if I have 3d6, I gain 18 hit points. Do you want to clarify this one?
Yeah, let's say I go pull it up. I think make Canada says if you rest at least 8 hours with food and sleep, take the maximum instead of rolling your hit die. So that means the maximum number on the die, the
Yeah.
maximum hit die.
Yeah, the
So just
maximum
a
on the
little
die.
bit.
Yeah,
The
instead of
maximum.
rolling. So instead of rolling your hit die,
Oh,
you take the
oh yeah,
maximum.
yeah, it's changed. Oh, okay, it's changed since I last looked, so
Oh,
that's
has it?
good.
Okay. Yeah, if you rest for at least 8 hours with food and sleep, instead of rolling, take the maximum value of each hit die you expend. You still
Mhm.
add your strength to each. Is that more
There you
clear? And does that fix your question?
that's good.
Okay,
That's good.
perfect. Gnome optimistic. Reset when healed to max hit points. Abusable. Let's see. Look at them gnomes. Allow an ally within 6 spaces to reroll any single die. Once per safe rest, resets whenever you are healed to your maximum hit points. So -1 speed is a pretty decent size drawback. It's not the worst, but it's a decent drawback. So first you have to take damage somehow, and then you have to be healed back to your maximum. So healing always costs some sort of resource. I don't think it's too abusable. Is it cool? It is very cool. But no, I don't think it's too abusable.
Yeah, that's I was just wondering if like, oh, hit him and then heal him, hit him and then heal him, hit him and then heal him.
Yeah, and if
But
if
that's fine.
someone wants to do that, like that is a cool way to do things, like for like an encounter where that kind of thing matters. Like where they're basically treating the gnome as like a lucky charm.
Mhm.
Um, but like you're using actions to do that, using resources and actions, and like so I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Bunny legs
Fine with
written
me.
okay. Bunny legs written backwards should be trigger then effect. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay. Whenever you okay. Uh, yeah. This is a weirdly phrased one.
Yeah, every
Whenever
other one is
you defend or interpose, you. I mean, commas are just the worst. Like, like there's a very specific place they're supposed to be.
yeah.
And there's specific places they're not supposed to be. And
Well,
like,
that's what the editors are for.
yeah. So whenever you defend or interpose after damage is dealt, you can hop up to your speed in any direction for free. That's it. Yeah, that's a lot more clear. A good catch. Nobody has commented on that, as far as I know.
No problem.
Whenever you defend or interpose after damage is dealt, you can hop up to your speed in any direction for free. Um, when you defend or oh, I think it was worded that way because whenever you defend after damage is dealt, or before you interpose, so like you can jump into the way of danger. Like you basically you can interpose from really far away once per encounter. So like you could be like a tanky bun bun or like a squishy bun bun, and the tanky ones want to hop into danger, and the squishy ones want to hop away from danger. So tell me if that makes sense. Once per encounter, whenever you defend. Okay, so let's move. I think we've been moving most of these to the end and removing the parentheses. Again, the editor will help with that, but the fewer of those that we have, the better.
Yeah,
Whenever
they're
you
all over
defend,
the place.
yeah, after damage is dealt, or before you interpose, you can hop up to your speed in any direction for free. Yeah, it's really good. That's really good. Okay, bun bun, S tier. Um,
So this goes back to the same thing you're talking about. They're all over the place as far as in the front or as in the back, and just
yeah,
for consistency. I know. Ah, sorry.
no worries.
We should. Yeah. I personally
Visualize.
like the front up front, but if you want it in the back, that's fine too.
Okay. Um, yeah, like yeah, I think having the end makes sense. Most of the time, I don't know. I'm the editor's gonna come through and like we'll figure it out then.
Yep.
Okay. Visualize size by mounts. A halfling could piggyback ride a human into combat. A human could ride a horse. Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Chaz Arch. Chaz Arch. Are you one of the ones that's been helping with editing? That name sounds familiar. If so, you've been doing a fantastic job. Um, limited ability should be formatted like bunny legs. I mean, it's a clearest reading of formatting.
We
Uh,
just talked. Yeah, we
okay,
just talked
yeah,
about that. However you feel is the end.
yeah. Okay, so once per day. So I do like it. I do like that. Action once per round. Yeah, that does read pretty clearly. That does read pretty clearly. I don't know, I feel like sometimes it reads more clearly in the beginning, and sometimes it reads more clearly at the end. I'm gonna have a powwow with editor, and we'll chat about that. Yeah, Chaz, that's you. All right, man, you've been doing great. Uh, he gave me like I don't know 100, 200 different comments on the GM guide, and good stuff. Good stuff. Really appreciate it. Um, okay, so yeah, I'm gonna powwow with the editor about that. And actually, let me send him a note real quick. If you guys want to see the Scion. Oh, that's not it. No, I don't have it. Let me type a note. One per day. Okay, so I've got a note to him ready to send off, so I don't forget. All right, ear to the ground could easily have could have less than a instead of this. Ear to the ground. Core rules. So that is one of the backgrounds, right? Ear to the ground. Yeah, probably good. Okay. History buff doesn't need shorthand over 100 years ago. Okay, sure. I think at one point it was needed, and then now it isn't any longer. More than 100 years ago. Victor Monero Valdez. I once again translated the whole core rules into Spanish, so can I share it with my players once you release the final version and update my changes? Yeah, if you're actually playing with them at your own table, Victor, yeah, feel free to do that kind of thing. I just ask you don't just like post that just online for any old person. Yeah, that's super duper cool. And hopefully in the future we'll have localized versions. And I think anybody who purchased the English version, if they also want the localized version, I think if I can figure out a way to do it, then I'll give those away for free. If you've already purchased the English version, you don't need to purchase like the Portuguese or French or German or Spanish. So hopefully next year I'll be working with a company that does localization professionally. So that if you do purchase it in one language, then like you just have it in all the different languages. I think I can do that. Um, yeah. So yeah. Hopefully that'll help. But that does take time, and that will be for sale later. But that takes a lot of time and effort to do, as I'm sure you know. Vicious should be listed last to go with the remember box. Vicious should be last. Where is that, Edward? Vicious. Is that one of the backgrounds also, or is that
30,
something else?
32. Sorry, page 32.
Page 32. 32. Um, okay, yeah, that makes sense. We have 2, 3, 3. Increase this to 10. There we go. Vicious. I have the same translation on a fly while playing because I don't write anything. Okay. Yeah. I mean, everybody could just learn English. I know, but so it says the person who doesn't really speak any other languages all that well. I know a few other languages, just not well. I could speak like a toddler in a couple of different languages. Okay, DC for wands in the paragraph could be written like the ones for scrolls to be more uniform. Okay, let's go down there. Wands, DC, scrolls. Do you just mean bold, Edward?
No, it says a character must succeed on a DC 10 Arcana check, and it's written a little bit differently here. Character must also make an Arcana check equal to 10 plus the spell. It's just written a little. It could be a little bit more the same, but if you think they're, you
Okay, yeah,
know,
let's make it more consistent.
they are consistent.
Bruno, I know a professional translator who does freelancing and is a huge TTRPG. Oh, cool. Bruno, if so, I don't know which languages this company is going to do, but if Portuguese is not one that is included, I will make sure I reach out. Because Brazil is like I recently learned very big and very populated, and people love love TTRPGs there. Like so. And also France and Germany has a shockingly high representation of people into cool things like TTRPGs. Character must succeed on a blah blah blah. Okay. Characters not proficient in wands must succeed on an Arcana check to cast it successfully. Arcana check equal to 10 plus the spell tier. Okay, so let's reread this and make sure it makes sense. Angela Lewis, I think the style choice, or my opinion, depends on if it shows. Yeah. Consistency is queen, and readability is king. So I'll say it that. You do a big sweep of that? Yeah, if you want to. So before you do a sweep of it, like I could probably search for like encounter. I can search for like, I could probably search for those things. But before you do that, I think like a chat, like a discussion, like a powwow is needed. Like, should they all be consistent? Or is it sometimes more clear to have it in the beginning? Is it sometimes more clear to have it in the end? I've have it in different ways because as at the time of writing, it made more sense to do it that way. So I think like a philosophical powwow is sort of needed there. Okay, curse provision with them. Let's say with wand characters proficient with wands can use them. There you go. That makes a little bit more sense. No, it made more sense the other way. I knew what I was doing when I was typing initially. Characters proficient with them can use wands from any spell school freely. Freely spending the normal amount of actions to cast the spell. Freely. We want to be careful about freely. Characters proficient with wands. Yeah. Character proficient with wands can use one from any spell school, spending the normal amount of actions to cast the spell. Spending only the normal. Characters not proficient with wands must succeed on an Arcana check equal to 10 plus the spell tier to successfully cast the spell. Okay, I think that's better. Is that you okay with that, Edward?
Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah.
Discord chat later today with everyone who has opinion on it. So I don't want to get everybody's opinion on it. I want to get like one informed person's opinion on it. Is sort of what I want. Like polls and things. A lot of times people will just sort of like vote really quickly without thinking about it. Because I'll do that too. Like, oh, I think this, without really putting a lot of thought into it. But like one person who is informed on the pluses and minuses, like talking to one other person similarly situated, it can be a lot of times much better than masses. Other things, masses is way better than one person. So I think this is one of those instances.
Yeah, I agree.
So like sometimes like it's happened before. Like I've put up a poll like, hey guys, what do you guys think about this and this? Like most people vote one way, and I just sort of think like, well, I'm gonna do it the other way, not out of spite, but just because like for reasons.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. And if you feel like having it both ways is fine, then that's fine. But just knowing that you thought about it
yeah.
makes better for me.
Yeah, yeah, it does need to be something that is thought through, and if we sacrifice consistency in favor of readability, we did that uh, with open eyes. Okay, let's keep going. 6 main schools and 9 tiers of. So I personally prefer numerals over than the written numbers,
Okay.
the words as numbers because they take up less space. One, and usually numbers are very, very important in a game like this, and you can spot a numeral more quickly than you can spot a word. So it's just a style thing. If you're planning on adding more spell schools later, you could say there are many spell schools, and this book covers 6. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, so we do say there are 6 main schools of magic. So could there be others? Yeah, I think there could be others. So, like for instance, one thing that I was thinking about was it's like the idea of a cantrip. Like that is a weird word. If you go up to like most people, like you go to like some football game and you say, "Hey, do you know what a cantrip is?" People are like, "What?" It's like it's a jargony term. So I was considering changing cantrip to just a tier 0 spell because we use the word tier. It's 0 and the tier is equal to mana cost. So it simplified some things, but it did make other things a little bit more complicated because they do scale differently, and you can't spend additional mana on tier 0 spells. So there are a lot of those things that I just sort of like go back and forth in my head about solo. Um, Ignite on hit is used only once. Usually the wording is when you hit, after you hit. So I think we did move toward on hit for more. So on crit, on hit, on hit slowed. Yeah. So this is more of a sentence. 4d10 to a smoldering target, ending the condition on hit. So I think it has to be that way for it to make sense in the sentence. I think I'm in a Nimble community capable of a great illusion enchanting school plus Southwest. Ooh, that's a little bit intimidating thinking about that, but I think we might be able to. Illusions are like notoriously difficult for a GM to run because they're so sort of woo woo. If you want to go with just digits, I just spell out the number when it creates clarity out of confusion. Yeah, true. So yeah, so sometimes we do spell it out. Angela, illusion can suck with all the GM fiat. Yes, yeah. Similar to how we nailed down assess a little bit more so that people know like specifically what to do with it. Because initially it was sort of like an illusion thing, in that like the GM sort of, what do you want to do? So yeah, if we can make it like more than, oh, you summon an illusory red dragon. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean? Like probably all the damage is psychic damage. Like that'd be cool. And some guidance on what 1d4 plus 1d6 versus 1d4 plus 1d6 weapon does to the balance. I don't think I want to get that noodly into. I think leaving some of the subtleties open is okay. I am planning on having so I can show you guys this real quick. So here, there is a secret channel in the Nimble. There's a secret channel here for creators, and I'm going to have a page on the website for people who are like homebrewing or like making. Not really for people homebrewing, maybe for people homebrewing. It'll be free. People who are like making content, whether they're homebrewing or selling content or publishing content, like here are the numbers. Here's like the back end stuff for that kind of person. So I don't think that kind of thing needs to be in like the instructions, but for tinkerers, I think I might. Should we? We might want to include like a link to that. So it is noted. So it's not up yet, but it's gonna be nimblerpg.com/creators is going to have that. I don't know. I'll think about that. I'm just thinking like, should I? I think we could probably include that. Um, probably include something similar to that. For creators. Okay, let's go to more information on cool. I think some sort of call to action for that is cool. Yeah, like I might even include like some of the spreadsheets. I'll have to clean it up, but like if you're making a new class, like the top end of the thing is this, the low end is this. The top if you the damage is near the top end, it or above the top end, it needs to have some drawback. If it's like near the bottom, it has to have some really big benefit. Like all that kind of stuff that you know I want it to have a really vibrant like third party creator community. That's why like the license is so open. Like you can use anything in the books except for the art, just because there's artists. You have to do that. But yeah, you guys can use anything in the books for making your own products. Okay, where were we? So yeah, that kind of thing would be cool to have like in a creator's page.
Yeah, if it's a whole creator thing, that's great. Then that's good.
It scared me a little bit. I forgot you were here.
Sorry, I've been trying to type in the Discord, so I'm not,
No, that's
chat.
fine. That's fine. And I'm not looking at Discord. Oh, you in the
I mean,
YouTube
I
chat.
meant
There you
the
go.
YouTube.
Okay,
Excuse me.
no, that's fine. Just a little spook. Okay, climbing. Creature with climbing speed can move. What does it mean with no penalty?
Yeah, I was trying to find rules for what does climbing entail. How does that work?
Good question. Find. Let's see. Find climb. Gain a climbing speed. Find next. Find next. Climber. Climb. A creature. Let's see. Is there anywhere else? Climbing.
Right.
Climb. I don't think there's any rules.
Yeah. So that's a question. Like, is it difficult
Okay. Yeah.
terrain? Is it fast speed? Is it whatever?
Yeah. Let's go to movement. Oh yeah, we've got a line here. Climbing. So I don't want people to just be able to climb up like a straight wall, but
Right.
climbing, moving across. So like this is what I want to say. Climbing a climbable surface.
That's how I type too.
Climbing a climbable surface counts as. Okay, so like the this is like obviously not the correct way to phrase that, but
A scalable surface. Uh,
scaling, yeah, moving up a climbable surface counts as difficult terrain. Yeah, I think that's okay. Oop, sorry. Is it like really loud whenever I touch the microphone or like bump it on accident? Or is it not too bad?
no, not bad.
Okay. My old mic, like anytime, like any noise ever happened, it was just like bong, gang, bling. So super annoying. Okay, so let's give ourselves a little bit more space. And actually, that has the little side benefit of making the bottom of our columns a little bit more even. Moving up a climbable surface counts as difficult terrain. Trees, E dot G dot comma. Trees. Climbing is always difficult terrain. Yeah, yeah. That might be a little bit better. Tier 0 always sounds weird. Super pumped for that. Climbing. Trees. What else could someone climb? A
Uh,
cliffside. I
yeah,
think that's probably.
cliffside, side of a building. What else could be a bar?
Potentially.
Potentially,
Cliffside.
yeah.
Some buildings. Some buildings. Yeah, like just because there's a wall doesn't mean you can climb on it.
As usual, Nimble GM determines.
Yep. Climbing is always on difficult terrain. That's not bad. When difficult terrain, movement speed is halved. Moving up a climbable surface. So it's moving on a climbable surface. Trees, cliffside, some building. It should be some buildings. It'd be certain buildings. Okay, yeah, that's a good little clarification. Well done, Edward. Good catch.
Thank you.
Should the monster status Lash on Sticky Despair be listed here? Where's here?
54 in the glossary,
Oh,
I believe.
okay. So these numbers those are the page numbers.
Oh, those are
Okay,
the page numbers. Sorry.
gotcha.
Yes.
Should the icons be smaller to be more aligned? The intent is that they are like a little bit above, but no, yeah, this one is misaligned now. Yeah, so the intent is that they're sort of doing this. It's a weird design thing that I kind of like. It's like going down here to like Far Hope. It's like we have like the Golden Company, and we have like these two things. Like it's just having icons just a little bit bigger, a little bit chunkier is sort of like okay. So page 54.
Basically, the gloss. I don't know if it should be, but
I don't think so. Like it's only specific. It's like specific only to that creature, and like having like a list of like 1,000
yeah. And I think now,
conditions.
yeah, I think now knowing that you're having the creator stuff in another page,
Yeah.
you don't have to put that stuff in there then. So yeah,
Okay.
leave it.
Heroes of Banana. It would be nice to see a little bit more art in this book. Not debating it. Just thought it would be limited. Yeah, it's gonna be yeah. So art is the hardest thing to add because it takes a long time. Like I've been waiting like a month or two for like one piece, and sometimes it could be even longer than that. Like so, a lot of artists are like, yeah, I'm booked up through 2025. Like reach out to me, reach out to me in a year.
Oh,
uh,
absolutely. And again, this is just me. Speak now or forever
yeah,
hold your
yeah,
peace. So I
yeah, no,
spoke now.
yeah, yeah. So there's this is just like information for anybody who's watching. Um, yeah, secret channel. Yeah. Many of the classes are missing little accents above and below their names. Yeah, that's something I was actually conflicted on. And this is a good thing for like the masses, I think. So it's cleaner without it. So some of the classes have accents above and below. So like there's the Zephyr, and then here we have the Oathbreaker. Um, what do you guys think? Go ahead and leave a comment. Do you guys think it's better to have little fiddly diddly dudes or cleaner? What do you think, Edward?
I like them without myself.
You like it
Eh,
without?
Without, I do like them, but
Okay.
mm,
Okay. Um, okay, which classes have it? Berserker has it. Clean. You like them without. Oh, I was like, oh, two people like it without. It was you, Edward, twice.
I'm
Stuff in the
trying not
ballot
to talk.
box.
I'm trying
No,
not
it's
to
fine.
talk too much to scare you. I
Oh
don't want to
no, that's
scare
fine.
you.
That's fine. Like if you're talking to me, like I know you're, but if you go like half an hour without saying anything, then like my brain like dumps that
Yeah,
information that anybody's
I
talking.
get you. I don't. Yeah, I don't want. I only want to speak when I
Um,
need to. I don't want to bug you.
yeah, no worries, no worries, no worries. Um, yeah, what do you guys think? Go ahead and leave a comment. So this is with it, then without it, and like so if we go without it, we might. I say we like it's just me and this mouse in my pocket. So I might want to like bring in what is this tracking, yeah, bring in the tracking and then like make the word itself like a little bit chunkier. um yeah, nobody has any opinions on this, so
I'm putting it in the Discord ask.
okay, yeah, all right, so yeah, we'll come back to that one. So Berserker, the cheat, commander, yeah, so I guess most of them have it. Mage doesn't. Yeah, so that is something that we should probably figure out. And at one point, I did have like different styles for different classes as well. Let me see if I can find some of them. Yeah, so like I had like different styles. Like this one was for like the berserker. It feels like very like spiky and crazy and cool. And like maybe this one is for like the mage. And so like each class sort of had its own different divider thing. Ty likes it without. Just gonna say a different style. So it's gonna be cool. Yeah, that. Yeah. Um.
If you do different styles, then I'm back on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's come back to that one.
Mhm.
Maybe background icons for classes are different from page to page. Different alignment of the Berserker School. Um, those two are the same, aren't they? Oh, it's a little bit
I
different.
noticed. I noticed when I look on the full screen with the whole page, they're all over the place.
Yeah. Some of it was to like avoid the like
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
distracting too much, but yeah, good point. Dividers look nice and help to add a bit of style to the design. Ooh, Maia likes it. I would vote styles for yeah. No, yeah, they would all of them would have it Spang or none of them would have it. Yeah, so this one. Oh, this is just completely different. I think I've flipped it horizontally or something. Oh. Uh, could just add the flourish underneath. Hey, that's the middle ground. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, the cheat one had one with like daggers, which I kind of liked. Okay, just underneath. I don't know if I'd love that. Like maybe. I like how. So initially, I don't know if you guys had noticed, but initially the Berserker had Path of the Bear and Path of the Wolf. So I told the artist this, and he actually drew, like, I don't know if you can tell, like there's like a wolf face behind this Berserker in the flames. I don't know if anybody ever noticed that, or if that's like, oh yeah, obviously, like you see the one thing that's there.
Oh, that's new to me.
But yeah, the wolf face like in the flames, I think is pretty sweet. Width of the word, I don't know. I don't know if we need it that big. I feel like it needs to be like. I feel like it needs to be something like this, like. That's cool. I kind of like that. Can the dividers be used in the page instead of on the art right before the first paragraph? I could. And initially I did have it there, but like having like these corners, I think is sort of enough of a design accent. So yeah, I've done a lot of different things. You guys didn't notice the wolf? Oh man. But now it's just, Path of the Mountain Heart, Path of Regiment. So it's just like a cool little thing. That doesn't make sense. I kind of like it above and below, a little bit different. Let's see. Oh, not that one. I need to get to this one. All right. Let's see what it looks like, you guys. Command M. Invert. Let's see. I feel like the cheat needs to have like daggers and the dice, because like this feels very cheaty. Because they like daggers and dice. Oh, did I show you guys? Look at this. This is the one of the new pieces of art for the possible Scion class. And Earl, the artist, said, "Oh, what if we had like, what if they had like an ability where like they can like blow up other people's heads?" So he like drew like this evil like Sith person. He said like, I think he said instead of like a force choke, like like a cranial explosion type of thing. Um, so he drew like people floating with like no heads. So
Oof.
I don't know if that's too gruesome or not.
It's a little brutal, but I like
It's
it.
it's pretty tough. Um, but yeah, that's cool. Um, yeah, pretty spicy. All right, what were we doing? Let's go here, paste that. And these dividers are from Alder Doodle. She's got a lot of cool free resources if you guys are doing any like RPG stuff. It's like a pay what you want. So I paid her for these, but she does have like a lot of cool free dividers and filigrees and sweet things. If you guys want to check, ALDER DOODLE. She's pretty cool. Let's go up here. Project cheat divider. Let's see what that looks like. Whoop. I tell you what, InDesign is both a great and a terrible program. Oh, I've got to invert it. Invert, duplicate, save, sheet divider, save, replace. There we go. Links, refresh. There we go. Like this one might be too big. Might be too big.
Maybe.
Let's see. So this one would definitely need to be like only above or only below. Whew. I don't know. It feels a little bit too sketchy. I thought there was like another one that was like smoother. I might have to like redraw one of these. I don't know. I think I'm getting a little bit too fiddly right now. I'm gonna come back to that, and we'll see. Maybe just underline accent specific to the class. Yeah, I don't hate that. I never understood the concept of psionic in DD because a bunch of spells already are psionic. What do you need psionic when you charm detect thoughts? So some of ours are psychic, but like so there psionic is really a different thing. It doesn't use mana. It does like other things. It uses your own body. So like something like to that art I might add like one of the notes I had like was like blood coming out of the nose or like her eyes. Like she's using her own body, like she's hurting herself to like stressing her body to do this. And like she can't just like she can it's like more telekinesis and forcing and like that. It's not psychic. Like she uses her brain, but she isn't psychic. Right? So like a what is it? What a brain eater dude? What's that guy called? Mind flayer. Like he can't read your thoughts, I don't think. But he can like float. He can levitate, right? Like he has this force field like I don't know, it's like it's similar but different. It's a platypus or a beaver, you know. It's a similar animal but a different kind of thing, right? It's definitely not a core class, but there is a cool fantasy of it. Like Storm from the X-Men is like a mage, and Professor X is a scion. Storm X-Men. So like Storm, or like Jean, like yeah. So like Jean Grey is I think she's a scion, and then like when she goes into the Phoenix, she's more of like a mage, like that kind of thing. So similar kind of thing, but you know, it leaves space for some really interesting weird things. Yeah, sign is the perfect opportunity to explore illusion, enchantment, maybe in divination. Possibly. I haven't developed it yet, but yeah, possibly. Okay. Background icons. Oh yeah, let's go through. We'll tighten up the background icons real quick. And Edward, I'm starting to. I can feel myself like starting to get tired, so I'm gonna.
That's
I'm
perfectly
gonna.
fine. I got about 20 more minutes and then I gotta jump out. So
Okay. So
whenever you
I'm
gotta
yeah, I'm gonna go and hop out of the Discord so I can play some music to myself to keep myself
sure. No problem. Yeah, if you
alive.
have any questions, I'll come back. Otherwise, that's
Okay,
perfectly
cool.
fine.
Yeah, I'll just ask them here if you reply now or reply later. Yeah, feel free.
Yep.
All right, thanks. Okay, I gotta get some music back on, and I'm gonna turn off display capture so I don't get in trouble with YouTube. There we go. We got some music going now, guys. All right, so let's go through. The cheat is lined up. Commander is different. Okay, I think that's okay. Not needed, but you asked for description. For the first page. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to be able to fit descriptions for subclasses because some of the subclasses are too they're too long. Should limitations be listed uniformly? Rage. Yeah, we're gonna chat about that later. Are the action limitations supposed to be in parentheses or not? Deathless Rage on page 11. Yeah. Okay. Also, if then they could be put in curly brackets. Not curly brackets. I think parentheses or no parentheses. Some classes. Okay, noted. Safe rest callout box should span both columns. Page 11. Yeah, I got that. If once per day is to go, and then yeah, we'll do a pass on all those. When we spend a night on the shop, page 15. Oh, by the way, this ability, that's not what happened. One of my favorite abilities. One of my absolute favorite abilities, and it's relatively new addition, so one of my favorites. Okay, so how is it here? Rigorous training. Okay, yeah. I'm listening to Insomnium. Just loud music that I can't sleep when I'm like yesterday or a couple of days ago. I was getting a little bit tired. I was working at night after the kids were in bed. I was like, yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired. Let me put some music on. And then like before I knew it, it was like 3 or 4 a.m. And I was like, ooh, this music has got me going. um, if you guys have any ideas, a talk shop doesn't feel very roguey. If you guys have any ideas of like swap stories, dirty techniques, something like that, that we could change that to be, let me know. Okay, cutting strike. If your target saves, the charge not spent. Let's take a look at it. Cutting strike. The use. If your target saves, use not spent. First kind of if your target saves, regain one use. Is that better? Is that better? Slay the Princess OST. What is that, Joel? Hey, Joel. When I said I said this earlier and you probably missed it. I did. Sorry, Rimby. But this is their way. The spell pages could be a similar vibe to the cards. The card design looked great, but the spell page design looks underwhelming. So the spell page design is designed so that everything could fit on one spread, right? Or on one page. So the spell cards are intended to be like pretty to look at and easy to use. The spell pages is to present a bunch of information altogether. I don't think there's any way for us to change that because there's just too much content. There's too much information needed. Sonics is vast, pyrokinesis, telekinesis, telepathy, divination, empath, teleportation. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. And like the red one, like the creepy looking one might be like a scion of blood. And he sort of like Katara when she learned how to do blood bending. Ooh, gotta watch out for that. In terms of the art, yeah, we just don't have enough space on the spreads. We'd have to add like a whole bunch of space. All right, I will be right back. I have to use the bathroom. Okay. Discuss their best skills. I don't know what that's about. If you're just looking to change the name and talk shop, sharpen the mind. Sharpen the mind. I want it to be like a little bit dirty, underhanded. I feel like a mage would want to sharpen the mind, that kind of thing. I'm starting to get a little bit dizzy. I gotta eat something. Oh, discuss their best kills. Something less wordy. Something like brag, or something like that. I don't know. Professional skulker. Climbing speed. It's not climbing speed equal to what? It's just like you can climb now, so you can climb without. without penalty. Thief talk, sneak speak, sneak speak. Oh, that's great. My sneak speak. That's so funny. Sneak speak. That is another word for thieves can't sneak speak. Field medic. Yeah. Ooh, trade secrets. Trade secrets. That's good, Rimby. Secrets. Like there's like a pun. A trade, like you're exchanging, but it's like trade, like tricks of the trade. Rimby. Sneak speak is funny, but not exactly what we're going for. Oh, down here we have change up the cheat, which is kind of cool. What do you guys like? Do you guys like change up the cheat or trade secrets? Yeah, sneak speak gets the dad joke points. Okay, so here it's centered. Here it's centered. Here it's I can't tell. Yeah, solid recommendation. Do you guys eat the blighted chips or do you toss them? Michael the Battleboard, first playtest of Nimble last night. Folks loved it. All right. Awesome. I'm just going through making sure everything is consistent. They're centered. We're centering it. Okay. We got there. Uh, Edward, number 52 could be bulleted to make it slightly easier to read. Are you talking about Juggernaut? Hi, Pixel. Thanks for hanging out. Page 27. I think capitalized or is just like it's a personal preference thing. I prefer it to bring attention to it. I love this current song. Okay, veteran stalker. And for every wound you gain, where's veteran stalker? I think for every wound you gain is more clear than when you gain a wound, because it for some. So like some games like Magic the Gathering, like whenever you gain life, like whether you gain 1 life or 5 life, like the thing triggers once. But like for every life you gain is if you gain 1 life, you get the thing happens once. If you gain 5 life, the thing happens 5 times. So if you drop to 0, you gain a wound. If you take damage, you gain 2 wounds. So then you get the thing. If you get a crit, you get 3 wounds. So you know the thing happens 3 times. So I want to keep that wording there. So if I'm skipping over some of these, there's a reason for it. Second target, second target. Pinning shot, not from like the others. Pinning shot. Yeah. Okay, so this one, spend 3 actions shooting your query. So we're saying attack 3 times is what we're saying. Spend 3 actions shooting your quarry. Or, alternatively, if you have a like a crossbow, you load it, you shoot it, you load it again. That's 3 actions shooting your quarry. Or handheld ballista, you load it and you shoot it. So it doesn't just cost 3 actions, it's you spend 3 actions shooting your quarry. So I think that's okay. Yes, this is fair. So even in our playtesting, it took a little while. I think it was like one of the shepherd's abilities. It was unclear. It's like will D8. You can heal will D8. Will D6 is a little bit, or will times D6 like implies you roll 1d6 and you multiply it by your will rather than like rolling 3d6. So will d6, if your will is 3, it's 3d6. So this is different. And I think this is too wordy. It's awkward and too wordy, and I hate how 5e does this. A number of d6 equal to your will. I don't love that. Page 33. This playlist started off hot fire, but now it's not that great. I got that. Yep. Good point, Edward. What are all the words you're saving? Ooh, should probably rename Dimensional Reach because it only works on ranged spells. Dimensional something? Dimensional range? Yeah, I mean, dimensional range. Right now, Crypixel, I'm listening to Insomnium. Insomnium. I don't know. Something loud, and I can't really understand the lyrics. So I don't know if it's a good band or not. I can't understand the lyrics, but it's just like loud and fast. So it doesn't hinder me from reading or thinking. But I listen to all sorts of things. I don't love dimensional range. I'm going to change it for now just to avoid confusion with a note that I want to update it. Oh, it is, yeah. That's weird. Yep. Yeah, good call, Edward. Again, pretty good. Ooh. Is it okay if I'm just listening to music, you guys, and just sort of like not saying anything? How do I get back to? I'm trying to look. I'm trying to look at the comments. I can't find them. Just received a jury summons. Well, good luck, might you? So balance out melee from. I don't know what that's about, Janter. Good luck on being a jury. Might choose you. I've gotten summoned like 3 times in my life. I think maybe 4 times. Probably 3. I've never been called back. I just go and sit there for like an hour, and they're like, "All right, everybody can go home." Yeah, cutting down the word spaghetti. Yep. Just an example to help people understand healing salve. Healing salve. Edward, can you clarify what that comment is about? I was in favor of examples. Yeah, clarify. Yes to examples. No to jury summons. I feel like I missed something. Were you guys talking about examples? Ooh, spatial compression. Oh, I like that. Dimensional extension, special compression. Yeah, I like it. Dimensional compresses the space. Yeah, you like that. Ooh, I've got a cool idea. What if we do a little bit of Kwisatz Haderach, fold space. Fold dimensions. How's the Foundry VTT? I'm not sure. Phil's he's got a lot going on. I think he's like moving or buying a house or something. He's got a little baby, and so like there's not a big hurry on it. But like the rules are getting locked down today, or hopefully. Um, I do like dimensional compression a little bit better. Dimensional wrinkle? Nah, makes it sound old. Dimensional compression sounds cool. Yeah, so I think Phil's just got a lot going on. It's pretty close. Pretty close to being done. Like it magically works for me. I gotta go soon, but I'm thinking we'll take a look. Wish you could stick around. That's okay. Sneak Speak needs to come up. God. Sneak Speak. That is the in-world name for Thieves' For healing self, I was asking if there could be an example to heal to help with understanding the die notation. Healing self. So there is in the core rules under stats. If a stat is listed before a roll dice equal to the stat, e.g., will d8. If your will is 2, roll 2d8. So that is there on like basically page 1, paragraph 1 of the rules, since that is used a lot. Yeah, Sneak Speak is better. If you're fancy, Sneaky Speaky. There are different options, I believe. Later, you get some different options, like in what utility spells you pick. And if your GM is open to it, different subclass options. So like maybe you're Oath of Vengeance for a while, and then you swap to Oath of Refuge. Like I'm open to that kind of thing, but it would have to depend on your table. Sneaky, speaky, sneaky, speaky, sneaky, sneaky, peeky, sneaky, sneaky. New full page art spreads looks delicious. I don't know what you're talking about, Crow Pixel, but I'm glad you like it. Yeah, thieves can't. Doesn't make sense. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm missing some text. Why does this always happen? Michael Battle Bard, on the character sheet, I understand the arrows are for your advantage disadvantage. Did you deem it necessary to have a checkbox or some sort of indicator for which stat is your key stat as well? You can. You can. What happened to I gotta see if I can open up a previous version. Open. Come on. Open cloud document. How do I open an older version? I have to Google this. Open. How do I open an older version? View and manage versions of cloud documents. In the timeline. Open the Creative Cloud website. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I don't know what happened here. What if I just undo? No, that's not. Okay, open the Creative Cloud website. Open a cloud document, select timeline icon. Okay, this is the heroes. Open. Okay, timeline icon. Let's go. Let's pick that one. How do I update Adobe InDesign? Download. There we go. Let's see if that works, guys. Downloading in progress. We'll see about that. Okay, let's keep going. Summon shadows, you may command all of your bandits to move up to 6. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I downloaded. Let's open it up, see if that works. Uh-oh. See if that works. Oh, Adobe. Hope I don't break anything. Ah, it's gone even in this one. All right. Don't save. All right. When did I delete that? You have to go. Let's go back to last week. Download. All right. I might just be able to grab it from here. I might just copy and paste it. Save myself some time. Copy. All right. Shadow answers now. Called the commander. He stats int and dex. Head time. Okay, we got it back. Crisis averted. All right, now did I introduce any typos? Okay. We got there. Reaction is not normally in parentheses. Okay. This, by the way, is very, 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 very powerful. It's like Ice Block from World of Warcraft. If you have 5 wounds, about to get another, bam, all wounds gone. You're blinded, you're paralyzed, you're asleep, you're this or that, anything. Glacial is a boom, Ice Block. I'll tweak this to at the end of your next turn so that you can combine Glacial Resilience with Shadow Frost. I think those are 2 cool interactions. So I want to open it up to not just when you're defending. So I do want it to be like you can use this anytime. Reaction. Whenever you whenever you are attacked or gain a condition, gain 110 temporary hit points. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. Let's check the chat real quick. Crash. Yeah. Adobe Writing Documents. No, it's all good. We got it fixed. Nothing if you grants cancel. Gotta go prep. All right, have fun. Bruno, have fun, Bruno. Fate of Eyes and a Kiwi D&D podcast. Can hidden pubs in Nimble be called sneakeasies? Oh, you guys. Yeah, I've got everything backed up multiple different places, so hopefully we're okay. I didn't mention it, but the adventure maps you did make it really easy to make the VTT battle maps. Oh, okay, great. Shadow Answer Commander. The Shadow Mander. I'll never say what is happening now. I was just trying to fix some stuff. Common Dancer. I don't know what that means. Oh. Still going through my documents. I love his stuff. Big fan of attention. Nice. Shadowmancer used creative cloud. It was super effective. Oh no. All right. Hopefully that doesn't happen, Rimby. Hopefully we're good to go. I think we fixed that. Let's see if it sticks. Ooh, I do like this. Master of Twilight because they do uh, necrotic and radiant, so it's like darkness and light. That's a cool idea. Past Evan. Okay, got that. Eliminate soul for 1 round. Vilger's Blessing. I think it's okay how it is. I think that's okay. You guys tell me, is this clear? I feel like this is clear. I feel, yeah, past advocate cook. Yeah. Yeah, I forget. Fucker's Blessing. Drop to 1 hit point instead and force an enemy within 6 spaces to make a strength save on a failure. They become bloodied. Have hit points. If they're already bloodied, 0 hit points. It's very good. Very good spell. I just got like so many different iterations of ideas in my head, and it's all changed so much, and there's so much of it that like I have to shove a lot of things that I've written out of my like short-term memory. So I forget, like I can't recall all of the things that everything does, but it is cool reading over it again. Fish Mockery, yeah. All right, take a look at that. And Edward, by the way, I really like how it's all in order. Like that helps me a lot. It's different than what? Shadow Blast. Who's Shadow Blast? Shadow Blast, the card cantrip, 1 action. Once per turn. Um, I think this is okay, right? Oh, okay, yeah. I could see it being a bit confusing for some. They might think blade as a condition is applied, like the label, not the. So it's a GM facing thing. So the GM knows what to do. So I think it's okay. right, let me ask you guys this. You guys tell me what you think. So for the commander, so the commander says, coordinated strike, gain the coordinated strike commander's order. For the mage, you know fire, ice, and lightning cantrips. For the shadowmancer, your patron grants you knowledge of shadow blast and summon shadows. Should the spells themselves be here? Because it makes it look pretty cluttered. The spells are elsewhere for all those others. Like the mage, like, oh, what are the lightning, fire, ice, and lightning cantrips? Oh, they're in the book. So should we just like cut this? Conduit of Shadow. Your patron grants you knowledge of Shadow Blast and Summon Shadows. I think they don't need to be there. Yeah, maybe. Don't put them there. Yeah, because like everywhere else, you can now cast tier 5 spells. Well, what is that? Like, I'm not listing any of the other spells, so I guess that makes sense. Okay. But so that said, someone flipping through, like, do we want someone to have to like look at multiple different books to tell what this class does? Maybe, because like we can't fit all of the spells in here. So which spells do we fit? Do we fit some or none? Class specific spells seem different to me. Yeah. Yeah, it could just say your patron gets knowledge of Shadow Blast and Summon Shadows. But if you need, I don't need the space, but just to avoid like needless repetition, because then we come to the shepherd and we have like this long thing here. It's a spell. Like we could just. I'll leave it for now. Let's think on that. They're kind of class features more so than yeah. Safe rest. Yeah, they are kind of class features. Why'd you doing that? Chill, quit. There you go. Yeah, movement is a little bit more universal. What do you guys think? Supplicate? Supplicate's a cool word. Caphonic call? It's kind of cool. Yeah, reinforces the hierarchy. That's what I'm going for. Expand. I really feel like I helped out mechanics or everything. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, you spotted a lot of cool things. Appreciate that, Edward. I don't understand what this one is, but I did scooch things over a little bit. So, would it be simpler to say again the following features and then show a bullet list? Could you be more specific about 87? Would it be simpler to just say gain the following features and then show them in a bulleted list? Page 65. I don't know what that is a reference to, so Gore does not list how many actions it takes. Gore. Does the other one? It's a Gore attack. I guess we could just say action. Easy enough. Action. Okay, so I think I need to move this away from that. Transform medium beast. Whenever you crit or kill one or more enemies, like a thunder fang. Okay, let's do this. Gain plus dex speed in the thunder fang attack. Whenever you crit or kill one or more enemies, thunder fang gains a cumulative +1 lightning damage to combat. Thunder fang action. There you go. Supercharge. Yep, there we go. That's good. Action once per round. Gain the sting attack and silent but deadly. Gotcha. Yeah, and Matt, you too. You guys probably don't know this, but while the campaign was still going, or while it was like wrapping up, we're getting like hundreds of people were joining the Discord channel, and just like dozens and dozens of like points of feedback and questions and things. And Matt like organized everything for me while I was out traveling. I couldn't keep up with everything, so yeah, all you guys have just really been a really big help. Yeah, this is a really cool collaborative process how it's worked out. Gore does not list how many actions it takes. Okay, Gore on hit is used only once. I think we did fix that. Yeah, very much appreciated. Action damage on hit. Pulling supercharge is confusing. Yeah, it was long ago. Yep, good point. Good point, Edward. Whew, we got a lot more. Venomous gaze. Apparently, there's no way to type the multiplication symbol, so I just have to copy and paste it from somewhere else. Sort of like how you inherit your cell walls from other people, from your parents, rather than like it being your DNA. You can't build it. You just have to inherit it from something else. Oh, my music stopped. Yes, I'm still watching. Swift feet. Yeah, good catch, Edward. All right, let's go down to the Zephyr and check out the burst of speed. Burst of speed would be good to combine charges. We do have to swap this out for a different one. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Share stream. Sorry about the share stream for a little bit. Oh. Strength times D8, D8. Yeah, that's a little bit different. That makes it a lot more swingy. You roll 1-8, you multiply the 8 by your strength. You roll a 1, you know. Yeah, that explanation is like on the first page. Sorry, I'm eating. It's on the first page of the core rules. So yep, good catch, Edward. Again. Almonds. Yeah, wife is out in the garden, so no talkable right now. Grim Hallow. It's not Grim Hallow. Grim Harrow. Divide the dice damage. Does it mean the total? Okay, let's see. Grim Harrow. When you strike at the bone side, you may divide the dice as you choose amongst. I think that makes sense. Yeah. You roll 3d12. This d12 goes to this guy. Those two d12 go to that guy. And each d12 gets its own plus dex. I think we did that already. Gym guide. All right, gym guide. Go into the gym guide. I never get quite as far as I plan. Image for locations. Yeah, I started working on that. I'll keep working on that. Framework, working on that. Session is vague. Yeah. Page 11. Let's take a look at that. If we can improve it, we'll improve it. It feels like running in mud. That's what it feels like, Matt. Session. Does anybody have 5-hour sessions? Is that unheard of or is that normal? It's like 2 to 5 fair common encounters perception. 2 to 5 hours. Typically 2 to 5 hours. You could just say like League 1. Fair combat encounter per hour of play. Yeah, we just say that. That is easier. 34. Yeah, we're usually like 3 hours. Sometimes we'll stretch it to like, a little bit longer, but not much. Yeah. Sorry, I had myself muted. I was just saying that's a better paragraph. In a game I play our sessions 5 hours, another game of 2 hours. Okay, yeah. Yeah, per hours is honestly better. I'm like anybody else resistant to change. Come on. Let me grab it. Ah. All right, so I want to grab this little node. Let me. There we go. There we go. All right, guys, we got 10 more minutes. Still, I gotta go. Woo! Angela, way to go. I think I already took care of some of these. I didn't see any monster that used more than one action or attack on its turn, so wouldn't it be easier to say use the actions listed on their stat block? Or change it to use one action listed on their stat block, and you can remove all of the ores. I think there's some monsters that do that. Yeah, this one's choose twice. Now this guy is, this and then this. So yeah, so some of them do. Some of them do. Someone's understood that says the damage modifier can be anywhere from 25 to 50% of the damage per round. The more there is. I don't understand what that is. Page 27. Not sure what that means. Aggressive, what does fester mean in terms of mechanical terms? 28, fester. Fester? Aggressive. Plus X speed. There you go. So what does that say? I don't think that matters. You could roll a d4 and do a plus d4 plus 100 damage. That doesn't. I don't think that matters a whole lot. Or it could be like d20 plus 0. Brute mounted. How much extra damage? Mounted. Page 28. Page 28. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Burning aura spiked. The armor for the icons of armor land in very different ways. Is it? Suppose there. Yeah, So is Nimble officially out? Today, hopefully this year. Yeah, hopefully really soon. I'm trying to wrap it up for today. I have like 1 minute before I have to go out. I have to leave the house. Um, hopefully tonight. So it's not gonna. I was hoping to get it before the end of the workday, but hopefully tonight. I'll have a few more hours to work on it after the kids go to bed, and I might be able to wrap it up. So I want to send the quote unquote final versions out to all the backers and pre-order people tonight. So all that's left is like minor tweaks, like very very minor tweaks, and editing, which is going to take like 2 or 3 weeks to finish the editing. Um, so yes, soon, very soon, as soon as today. All right, let's. Yeah, Derek, welcome. Edward delayed. Better, not delayed, better. Yeah, version out is already quite far along. It's basically like, yeah, you see what we're doing. We're like tweaking wording. We're like moving icons around. So like we're at the point where it's pretty much there. But if you do want to hold off until tonight, that's fine too. That is fine too. Yeah, I tried to ask. I did ask. I asked one of the like a really good experienced layout guy, like if I could like programmatically like do all of this stuff, and he set it up, and it did like pretty good. It got me like 80% of the way there. But like I really wanted to be able to like tweak things just a little bit more. So like with that power comes great responsibility, as Uncle Ben said. So now it's like a little bit fiddly, but I can really get the layout that I want. But it does takes a little bit of fussing with. Come on, let me select it. All right, guys, it is past 5. Yeah, I still have to always fight the boss of not being good at math. Yeah, this one. Thank you, Derek. Okay, guys. I'm gonna try to be. I might not stream tonight, but expect an update with the links to the finished books tonight. And again, there's just gonna be like little minor things. If you missed anything, the very beginning of the stream, we talked about updates and stuff. So if you want to rewind and watch that, feel free. But I really appreciate you guys. It's been a fantastic year, and Lord willing, next year is going to be even better. But I hope you guys have a great new year, and stay safe. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you for all the help.